sunbathing in the front yard?
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
Keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, HIMS can help. Through HIMS.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at HIMS.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to HIMS.com/radio. That's HIMS.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course, traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles?
Comment tu t'appelles?
Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babel. Babel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babel subscription at Babel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babel.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Don Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Thank you, Murph's mom, who sent us this. It's an update to a story that I told you about within the past week. And I know you'll be happy to know this because the weather's warmer and maybe you'll go to a state park in Pennsylvania. So, just so you know, the breaking news is menstrual products are now available at 4 Bucks County State Parks.
Yes!
Including Washington Crossing Historic Park. Murph's mom, love you. Thanks for it. That's so great, you know. So this is a piece in Patch. I reported on this, what was that, a week ago, and this was the Shapiro administration. Shapiro was in Philadelphia. We'll talk about it. They're talking about the budget. They're talking about SEPTA, but what are they going to do? Because there's a huge deficit with regard to SEPTA. And by the way, we don't know the cause yet of that. It was a massive fire this morning at the so-called SEPTA graveyard, right, that we had updated. We had talked about it throughout the morning since about, when did that hit? It was like 8-ish in the morning, but it started with about 4 buses and then spread. Firefighters finally got the thing under control. Now they're investigating. But back to the Pennsylvania Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. So this is a new initiative. No, it's not about educating kids or, you know, field trips to the parks. It's not like that. This is making sure that across 68 state parks across Pennsylvania, free menstrual products.
Yes!
How about that? Free.
Exciting day.
Now, I'm just saying. Here's the thing. I carry a backpack to work. I have my vehicle. I almost said my minivan. I no longer have the Honda minivan because I have my cute little sporty Honda, but the HERV. But bring your own. Always be prepared, right? You know what I mean? They're expensive.
No, I don't.
Oh, you don't? Yeah, guys. Okay, what would it relate to with... See, this is why guys, you could have like a pocket. You could have like a little thin wallet. But I'm saying these products are really expensive. I guess it's a nice thing, but really, like BYOT or BYOP for pad, I'm just saying, why can't Tampon Tim probably has one everybody could borrow. I would love to know the budget on this thing and why. I just don't get it. And if you get the thing, just wad up some toilet paper. You know what I mean? Put in your until you get home.
How much money did they say? How much was invested in this initiative?
So that's why I was trying to find the budget on this and how much money. I'm just saying, bring your own and come prepared. I think they want the coverage. This is the same as like high-end products in prisons. You know what I mean? I don't know. I think it's sort of a silly headline, but if you have a thought on if you think this is a good idea, bad idea, 855-839-1210. And if they didn't have that, what investment would you rather have? Like, let's just think about this. At state parks, at all parks, in like Jersey, there are never trash cans. You ever notice that? But you're not allowed to litter. Mm-hmm. So how about trash cans?
Even better?
What?
They started doing this in my neighborhood, which is fantastic.
What?
These little round trash cans on a pole with little doggy bags above it.
Great idea.
Yeah. For the waste of your dog.
Great idea.
Rather than having it right on the side there where some people leave it when you're hiking those trails, and be nice.
Yeah. So I just thought I'd bring that to your attention. All right. So the big news that broke yesterday, again, President Trump always leading the news cycle. So this morning, President Trump busy speaking to China's top leader. This is President Xi, and this is Xi Jinping, and speaking to him for the first time since taking office, according to Chinese state media. And so they have this trade truce trying to work out a deal. And this was actually for our time overnight for our purposes, but they were last known to have spoken to each other January 17th. Obviously, President Trump was in the inaugural, as you all know, because many of us were there together, was the 20th. And so Trump had put out on social media that Xi, this was before the phone call yesterday, very tough, extremely hard to make a deal with. So playing hard to get. So now they spoke. And this after, and is it related or unrelated? This after we had the two Chinese nationals who are under arrest now, being charged federally with, agro-terror type crimes because they are accused of bringing in some kind of a fungi that I had talked about that they were experimenting on. Was this some kind of warfare, agro-terror, etc.? And so is the timing curious to you that now they have a conversation? And, I don't have the answer, but I'm just I always want to, because inquiring minds want to know. But the Trump administration proposing a plan that would revoke the visas for some Chinese students and suspending some sales to China of components, software used in jet engines, semiconductors, as well as certain types of chemicals and machinery. And so, of course, China has denied, doing anything wrong in all of this. But the White House, I don't have the latest comment. We're always looking. Did President Trump speak out on this morning? Dan, he's not on the docket to hold a newser this morning or between now and, let's say, 1 o'clock. So we'll see, right? There's nothing there, is there?
No.
Okay.
No, there's a bilateral meeting at 11:45 between the Chancellor and Federal Republic of Germany with Trump in the Oval Office. We have a bilateral lunch, a roundtable discussion with the FOP at 4 p.m. today. But yeah, nothing prior to 11:45 today.
So this is a long-awaited phone call between Trump and Xi, and being confirmed by both sides, Chinese media and our media in the USA. And so the financial markets reporting this as well. I think that this is considered good news. I certainly think it's a good sign. And I know that before the markets even, opened, The U.S. stock futures did rise on news of the call. So I think everybody views this pretty much as a good thing, that they're having the conversation and they will get this deal done. So Trump is anxious to do this. So let's see where this goes today and what news breaks on this one. Obviously, the big news that we began with at 6 a.m. this morning, many of you saw this yesterday, was President Trump signing this new travel ban on 12 countries. But there's a ton of reaction. When I got up this morning and started reviewing things at 3 o'clock this morning, already mainstream media, Trump, another racist ban. He's banning Muslim countries, or, of course it becomes religious, I guess. But that's not what's going on here, obviously. And we've had all of these threats. We have people already here who shouldn't be here. But Trump signed the proclamation during my first administration, I'm quoting here. I restricted the entry of foreign nationals into the U.S., which successfully prevented national security threats from reaching our borders, and which the Supreme Court upheld. And so in this one, excuse me, he's once again focusing on national security, public safety. So he says that he's stated in the past it's the policy of the U.S. to protect its citizens from aliens who intend to commit terrorist acts, threaten our national security, espouse hateful ideology, or otherwise exploit the immigration laws. Yes, let's listen in.
The recent terror attack in Boulder, Colorado, has underscored the extreme dangers posed to our country by the entry of foreign nationals who are not properly vetted, as well as those who come here as temporary visitors and overstay their visas. We don't want them. In the 21st century, we've seen one terror attack after another carried out by foreign visa overstayers from dangerous places all over the world. And thanks to Biden's open door policies, today there are millions and millions of these illegals who should not be in our country. In my first term, my powerful travel restrictions were one of our most successful policies, and they were a key part of preventing major foreign terror attacks on American soil. We will not let what happened in Europe happen to America. That's why on my first day back in office, I directed the Secretary of State to perform a security review of high-risk regions and make recommendations for where restrictions should be imposed. Among the national security threats their analysis considered are the large-scale presence of terrorists, failure to cooperate on visa security, inability to verify travelers' identities, inadequate record-keeping of criminal histories, and persistently high rates of illegal visa overstays, and other things. Very simply, we cannot have open migration from any country where we cannot safely and reliably vet and screen those who seek to enter the United States. That is why today I am signing a new executive order placing travel restrictions on countries including Yemen, Somalia, Haiti, Libya, and numerous others. The strength of the restrictions we're applying depends on the severity of the threat posed. The list is subject to revision based on whether material improvements are made, and likewise, new countries can be added as threats emerge around the world. But we will not allow people to enter our country who wish to do us harm, and nothing will stop us from keeping America safe. Thank you very much.
So there it is, President Trump. And he added, there are 12 main countries, and you heard him mention some of them, more: Afghanistan, Burma, Chad, Republic of Congo. The list goes on: Iran, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, Yemen. But he also put on this a list of nationals who want to come here from 7 countries, and they would be partially restricted. It sounds like what they want to do is restrict, heavily vet individuals who come from places like Cuba, Laos, Sierra Leone, and that list goes on, including Venezuela. And so he says, but it applies to both the entry of immigrants and non-immigrants. So that's for both of these orders. So in other words, this affects people coming here, and they are coming here. Let's say they say, well, we're coming here for business, or other reasons. And so not for the issue of immigration. It also would impact, obviously, for people who want to come here as a student, right? So it's entry of immigrants and non-immigrants for both the restricted group and the banned group. And so I'm looking at the wording. I was looking through it last night just to make sure I wasn't missing anything. He also stated that he has a recent report from Secretary Rubio. And so I do have to wonder if there are renewed concerns, because we've seen the rhetoric ramped up with Tom Homan. We'll play Dan Bongino in just a moment. But even with Homan coming out, and that was played over the weekend he was speaking and earlier this week, and we're just hearing this ramped up concern about so many people who came to this country not for a better life, even those so-called gotaways, that could have gotten the free fancy hotel room. Why would they come by the millions, sneaking in and not registering for citizenship or a court date or et cetera? So we keep on hearing that, the risk and not just a fear, but an expectation that we'll see these attacks, terrorist attacks. So let's listen to Dan Bongino. So he was on with Hannity last night on Fox. I know Epstein's dead. We'll get to the bottom of it. I'm not going to go into Epstein. We talked about it earlier this morning. They say that they're going to release more information about all of the above, RFK, JFK, Epstein. Okay, fine. I'll wait for the information and hold your feet to the fire as far as that goes. I want to get to what I'm more interested in is this attitude by Trump, some insight into President Trump, who, what does he talk about all the time? He's the president of peace and prosperity. So President Trump, as he talks about the people in Gaza, speaking about the people who live there, right, who are Muslim people, who are under the reign of Hamas, who has not had a great election or any election in nearly 2 decades. Trump speaks with great compassion about people who are oppressed, right? And you talk about Russian, Ukraine casualties, talking about war, talking about death. But I get the same feeling that President Trump looks at America and hates these headlines, hates the fact that you can go to other countries. They don't have, like you go to Italy or you go to places in Europe, they just don't have the crime that we report, that I report every single morning. If you listen to Kale and Company, starting at 6 a.m., pretty much every day, we are starting with some heinous shooting, crime, murder, carjackings. Let's just go to Bongino really quick here, and then we'll get your thoughts on the other side. But here's Dan Bongino.
Yeah, there has been. Let me get to this first. I had a graduation ceremony this morning down in Quantico with a class of new agents, and I looked every one of them in the eye, shook their hands. I said, "Listen, you're going to do this for us. You're going to protect the homeland, and you're going to go bring me bad guys. You understand?" I said, "There's no one coming to save us. The Marvel Avengers ain't coming. It is us. We are in charge. We have the counterterrorism portfolio." This president and this attorney general, they have a different view than we've had in the past of the FBI. This is very important. Your audience understands this. The FBI in the past focused on large enterprise cases. You know, the Al Capone, John Gotti, KSM, Al-Qaeda types. And we are still and always going to do that. But there's a parallel track. This president also sees this border problem as a solvable problem. Now, think about this, Sean. That never happens in police science and criminology. No one solves murder. You solve a murder. No one saw murder happen, sadly. The president has a different view of this border problem. He said, we are going to fix this for good. We're sealing it shut. Everybody here is out. We are going to get rid of you if you are here illegally. And if you're here illegally to commit a crime, you're going first. We're giving you about 5 minutes to cooperate. If you don't have any information, we're going to use every tool we have, Title VIII and every other one, to get you the hell out of the country. You're not going to be here to commit crime. It is a really revolutionary view. It's almost like national level broken windows policing. That collapse in the murder rate. Thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ that it happened. That collapse in the murder rate. We are on pace, Sean, for the lowest murder rate ever. Is not an accident. Here's what's happening. When this small pocket of people maybe less than 5% of the population, is committing the overwhelming majority of crimes, and you get rid of a good portion of them, they're not here to commit crimes. And that's why you're seeing this collapse in the murder rate. And I think you're going to see a subsequent collapse in the crime rate as well when Cash and I are done this year.
Thank you. I mean, think about more than 5,000 FBI employees were assigned to investigate J6 and hunt down people who did not have a weapon, did not injure anybody. Some were grandparents, and 13% of the FBI workforce assigned to the J6 cases when we had a murder rate that was just spinning out of control and really raining terror on cities like Philadelphia. So good. Isn't that a good thing that federal law enforcement is going to focus on, violent criminals, and especially those here illegally? We'll get your thoughts. We've got Sergeant Betsy Brentner-Smith. She's around the corner. So much to talk about and so much breaking. Thanks for being here.
Now is the time to get away to the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May, New Jersey. It's my happy place, and I know it'll be yours too. And we're going to be there for our next live show, June 20th. And you got to book now to book your June midweek stay and save. Stay 3 nights and get $60 a night in resort credit. 5 nights get you $70 a night. 7 nights, you're going to get $80 a night in resort credits, and you can use these credits to make purchases of food and beverages, Hemingway's restaurant, outdoor pool bar, beach concession stand, or in the gift shop. Take your family on a whale-watching boat cruise. Always book direct with them for the best rates. The Grand Hotel is also the perfect place to host a wedding, corporate event, baby and bridal shower with 4 ballrooms. They have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. Just call and ask to talk to my friend Caitlin, and she will help you have your dream event. To book your stay today, call 800-257-8550 or visit them online at grandhotelcapemay.com, grandhotelcapemay.com.
A familiar meeting between the Phillies and Mets is on deck for a weekend series on Friday, June 20th and Saturday, June 21st, both at 7:15, and Sunday, June 22nd at 7:10. Order tickets today at Phillies.com. A series you can't bear to miss. Come see the Phils host the Cubs on Monday, June 9th and Tuesday, June 10th, both at 6:45, and Wednesday, June 11th at 1:05. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Retirement statements just hit mailboxes, and for many, the shock is real. Some investors lost 20% or more in just the first quarter. If you're close to retirement, that's more than a dip. It's a danger. But here's what most advisors won't tell you. Gold was up over 30% during the same time. That's a 60% swing. And in retirement, that kind of gap can change everything. So compare your Q1 statement to gold's performance. Then call Noble Gold Investments. Noble Gold specializes in helping people protect what they've earned with real assets like gold and silver. If you're tired of watching your nest egg shrink, it may be time for a change. And right now, when you open a qualified account, you'll receive a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar. Compare and call 877-646-5347. That's 877-646-5347. Or visit noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
I'm Bobby Finger.
And I'm Lindsay Weber. Our podcast, Who Weekly, is everything you need to know about the celebrities you don't. Think of us as your cheat code to People Magazine, your glossary for Hollywood, a shortcut to understanding pop culture at large.
For the past 8 years, Who Weekly has been telling listeners everything they need to know about the celebrities they don't.
Who Weekly airs twice weekly with brand new episodes on Tuesdays and Fridays. Listen and follow Who Weekly, an Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, choose innovation, choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is, and always will be, built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol. where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
Hi, I'm Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. And did you know we're locally owned, fully licensed and insured, and trusted by thousands of homeowners per year? We treat your home like it's our home.
Emmons is who I use. They install top quality roofing, siding, windows, doors, and even decks. For a free estimate, call Emmons today at 856-556-3229.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
That's callemmons.com.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, so there's a ton going on. Supreme Court of the United States releasing some of their, this month, as you know, we're awaiting all these decisions from SCOTUS, some biggies too, and dozens of decisions. But this is the month. We're in June right now, so we may get one that has to do with birthright citizenship, gender affirming care for minors, religion versus maybe LGBTQ books in public schools. And what about Mexico? Is Mexico allowed to sue U.S. gun makers? And so it looks like that ruling is in, as they're not inclined to take that case. So no, Mexico wants to, and this is something very new, that Mexico wants to blame gun makers here in the United States for some of their gun violence in Mexico. So it looks like that one, a roadblock is going on with that one. It looks like the Supreme Court is also, so they've ruled against Mexico, and that it would be in favor of American gun makers. It looks like they are siding with Catholic Charities in that tax case. We've talked about that case. So two of those going forward. Well, I'll get to more of it, but Catholic Charities, they had argued for their exclusion by the state from a religious exemption, and they had said that that was unconstitutional in the ways that Wisconsin was treating them as discriminatory. It looks like in that case they're winning that one. So do we have time for audio? I know we're going to have Betsy Brantner Smith around the corner. What do you want to do?
We should it's probably smartest if we were to break.
Yeah. There's so much breaking this morning.
So much breaking.
Locally, nationally, we'll get to all of it. Be right. And that study, that health study, we want to get to that too. Be right back.
Dear, I fear we're facing a problem. You love me.
The Crash-Proof Retirement System is more than just a shield for your retirement. Our exclusive system offers unique flexibility, orchestrating crash-proof vehicles to maximize growth with the market, but with none of the volatility. That's why our clients enjoy both security and prosperity, knowing that they're taking full advantage of the market without ever risking their principal.
Philip Baglivo from Westchester, Pennsylvania. Now is the time to look into Crash-Proof Retirement for better growth and protection. With the Crash-Proof Retirement System, I've earned 9% interest this year. I don't pay any fees, and I always come out on top. It's definitely a cornerstone for me to have Crash-Proof Retirement in my life.
Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event happening at the William Penn Inn in Gwinnett, PA, Tuesday, June 10th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Get high-quality furniture, your style, your way at Bucks County Estate Traders. Explore their massive Hatfield showroom featuring 16,000 meticulously inspected pieces. And for a truly custom look, ask about their expert upholstery service. Their talented team can breathe new life into your chosen piece, and their industry-leading staff provides a world-class guided experience. Find your perfect furniture, perfectly customized. Plus, every item has a QR code to make shopping seamless. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I want to talk about my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. I just completed my first dental implant. I did have some anxiety. Dr. Bentz explained it, got me through the process, and it's been very successful. I would say textbook. That's what you get with Dr. Bentz. Not only great skill, but he coaches you through it, helps you through any anxiety that you might have. Get on the road to great dental health. Call the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Big news! Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange, and millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest-rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Border as well. There are people here, let's be very clear, who want to do bad things. I think that's fairly obvious. We have our FBI teams out there at 4 a.m. and 5 a.m. They can tell you, and they're happy to do it, out there working with HSI, ERO, and removing these people from the country while still preventing a terror attack, investigating terror attacks that do happen. And I'm going to add another thing, Sean. We're not the Federal Bureau of freaking word games anymore, okay? It's the Federal Bureau of Investigation. When some guy shows up at a scene, and I'm getting an intel stream from our information center that indicates he threw an incendiary device, okay, while screaming very specific words with multiple witnesses and video, we're damn well going to investigate it.
That was Dan Bongino, now with the FBI, obviously working under FBI Director Cash Patel as a deputy. And basically, there's a new sheriff in town, if you will, where they're saying, we're not doing things like assigning, 15-20% of our FBI workforce to investigate J6 for years, which is what that report that came out when in February, that report came out citing exactly, how many agents were actually assigned to J6. And in fact, that J6 investigation is often described as the largest in the Justice Department's history. You think about what the focus was, and the focus seemed to be off crime fighting and getting violent criminals, especially those who have come here illegally or are terror related, off the streets. And not to mention investigating Catholics. Remember that whole story. So we have that going on. We've been talking a lot about policing issues this morning, and I updated you that just yesterday, Senator Marsha Blackburn had proposed a new law that would protect ICE and federal law enforcement from, being targeted, doxxed, in fact, because we're seeing that. And that's why they're wearing masks. So we're seeing across the board, across the country, Democrats critical of law enforcement wearing masks when they're being threatened. Not just them, they're being doxxed, their children, their spouses being threatened, and that's why they're wearing the mask. And so now this is triggering the conversation, triggering new legislative action, new laws to try to crack down on that kind of doxing. With all of this going on, we want to welcome back. We realize we haven't talked to Sergeant Betsy Brantner-Smith, National Police Association, a little bit. So welcome back, my friend. We missed you. We've all been busy, so it's good to have you back.
It is so great to be back. And, Don, did you ever think you'd hear the Democrats complain about somebody wearing a mask?
Wow, well said. I mean, that's a good one, right? I mean, they're the party of the mask until now.
Exactly.
So
and we're so grateful to Marsha Blackburn. She is such a friend of law enforcement. She's a particular friend of the National Police Association. Her staff is so responsive and stuff, and we're so glad that she introduced this bill because it is, it's one thing for you to get attacked as a cop, you're used to that, but this putting out the pictures and names in schools and things of workplaces, of spouses, of kids, it's obscene. It's horrific. No cop should have to deal with that, much less our brave ICE agents who are being assaulted nearly 500% more than usual.
Which is, and that's a real problem too, that you're now. So let me ask you this, when you see this push for, on one side, military, basically trying to recruit or get new recruits on the military side, that's looking good. What about the defund the police movement and trying to reverse that across America? Are you, and you just heard Dan Bongino as he's talking about their new recruits. So there's a real theme here that we're trying to motivate people to go into that career, and that it's a good career, that's an honorable career, that you'll be supported. But where do you see, as far as law enforcement recruitment, what do you see when you look out? And I know you obviously do a lot of training as well at the national level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're seeing a shift, but especially on the state and local level, it's slow, and partially because of really 5 years of all this vilification and misinformation about law enforcement, and kids who, let's say 5 years ago, were 21 years old, that would have been police officers, 20, 21, they've gone on to other professions. Mm-hmm. And, so it's slow, but we are seeing an uptick, but it is going to take time, and it's going to take policy shifts.
Oops, sorry, there was a little random.
That's all right. We need to see some policy shifts. We need to see DEI go away. We need to go back to recruiting the best and the brightest and the most qualified. And once that starts happening on a larger level, it's already happening in some areas regionally. Then I think you're going to see an explosion. But the cops that we talk to around the country are very optimistic.
What about, I think of, here in Philadelphia, for example, I'm a longtime resident of the city of Philadelphia. So for many years, when my husband and I, when we were first married, actually 25 years ago next week, if I can even believe it, Betsy, in this quaint part of Philadelphia called Chestnut Hill, and, you go into Mount Airy, wherever you go down Germantown Ave, there were bike officers. And so they really had this focus on community policing. And at one point, police also it was less of kind of a conveyor belt, like factory mentality. It was more that if you were the first on the scene of a homicide, you were more likely to stay with that investigation. That's the philosophy that I see in policing in places like Abington, for example, a suburb just outside of Philadelphia. So one thing I think are you seeing the changes to kind of go back to community policing where your neighborhood police officer, for example, who's out on the bike, who's just out and about in the community and also showing that presence? Is there a shift that way?
Yeah, my husband and I just had this discussion yesterday, and we were talking about this that when we were young cops, we would stay with a case, and now you see, it's so different. I know part of that's technology, part of that's staffing. Again, most police departments are still very short-staffed. So a beat cop has got to get there, secure the scene, take the initial report, and then go on to the next call. But we are seeing a shift in philosophy that community policing works. The situation where we're seeing cops get out of the car, walk around, ride their bikes, all of those kind of things. We're starting to see that works, and so departments want to go back to that. The problem is they don't have enough cops to be able to do that. So we're seeing it come back in the suburbs, but in the big cities, for example, here in Tucson, Arizona, they have the same staffing in Tucson, Arizona now that they had in the 1970s. That's horrific. And we see that all around the country. I know you guys see that too, where you just don't have enough cops. You got to have a lot of cops to be able to do community policing. But what are you starting to hear people talk about? Broken windows policing, right? Yep. 90s, New York, Giuliani, all that, where people feel safe again to talk about that.
Yeah, we just had the trial of former police officer Mark Dial. That took place, of course. It was a very timely trial, just right before the district attorney, primary election, right before it. It's kind of funny timing, but in that one, our local DA wanted first-degree murder charges against a cop whose defense team, very good defense lawyers, and it ended with a mixed verdict there. But the defense team had said, look, this was a horrible mistake. They thought he had a gun in his hand. The person who tragically in the traffic stop was shot and killed, but it was a mistake. He thought he had a gun, but he did have a weapon in his hand. I mean, he actually had something in his hand, and he was refusing law enforcement. Then we learned the young man was schizophrenic. Then we learned that he did not understand English. And I thought, well, geez, maybe that should be part of the driver's training, that you understand some basic words, in an English-speaking country. Maybe that would, I don't know if anybody's changing that law, they're not talking about it. But I just think the fact that the feeling in the city of Philadelphia by the cops is that, man, you step out of line just a little bit and they're going to go after you, and they want to put you away for your life, the rest of your life, if you make a mistake, a tragic mistake on the job.
Well, and that's why I just was talking to a Washington Examiner reporter about this earlier this morning. And, he said, crime is going down and this and that. And I said, yeah, but it's going to be a slow shift with law enforcement because we still have these prosecutors, like what you guys are dealing with, who would rather put a cop in prison than anybody else. We are seeing these slow shift. For example, in Atlanta, there was a police officer there, Sung Kim, who had been on for almost 30 years, shot and killed a guy during a traffic stop. Very similar case to the Mark Dial case. And Fonnie Willis, that name should be familiar to everybody, the prosecutor there, she wanted to put him in prison. That case just got dropped. This is from 2019, so he's been living under this horrible stress and strain for all these years. The whole case has been dropped. But this is the thing. These cases where they're trying to prosecute cops, they take sometimes years to make it through the system. And so cops are kind of still holding their breath. But we're seeing these prosecutors slowly replaced around the country. It happened in Cook County. It happened in St. Louis. It happened in San Francisco. So you're seeing, but, still Philadelphia, Travis County, Texas, you're still, New York, Manhattan, you still have these woke prosecutors who would rather put cops in jail. But now you have a federal government who's paying attention. And you have legislation pending, lots of federal legislation where some of these issues can be addressed federally if they're not going to be addressed locally.
And locally in our area, there's another headline, and I think this is happening across the country, where you have in our suburbs, Montgomery County, they're calling because there were about 20 individuals who were arrested by ICE officers. And so the call now is, well, the commissioners or the leadership must do something. And so there's this call from advocates. So let me ask you something. What do they mean by that? I mean, if the law is that if you're here illegally, and especially if you are wanted in your home country or you're a suspected criminal, that sort of thing, it just seems to me like that. What are they calling on these people or the public to do when federal agents come in and they obviously have, these are targeted arrests that I know for a fact. This is not like they're winging it. These are planned operations. They have a specific laser-focused target. And so for media, for local advocates, even lawmakers to say this is a call to action that we want to stop these ICE officers. I'm just asking you, as someone long time in law enforcement, obviously you've worked your way up the ranks, now with the National Police Association, what do you hear when you hear or read those words?
Well, what our cops are dealing with is they have to, look forward at what they're doing. Perfect example of this was Minneapolis. I think it was day before yesterday, where their federal and local agents are working a drug operation. They're doing a big search warrant, all this stuff. People literally come out of the woodwork and start attacking them. So they have to look forward at the search warrant they're doing and the arrests they're making and stuff. And then behind them are literally people jumping on their backs because they think they're ICE agents, because they have been told, oh, you must stop ICE. And what is going, and we've seen, nationally, legislators doing this, fighting with ICE. And it's really concerning because I think what you're going to see, not only are you going to see people get arrested, but I think unfortunately, you're going to see people get hurt because you can't attack cops while they're doing their job. And yet so irresponsibly, you have local and national politicians telling people to interrupt, to hashtag resist. So you have these whack jobs. There's no other way to say it, but these, and a lot of it's the purple haired crazy ladies that are literally jumping on the backs of what they think are ICE agents. And it's simply cops trying to protect their community. So I think you're going to see that's probably going to ramp up this summer. And I think you're going to see a lot of people get arrested, but I think you're going to unfortunately see people get hurt.
Would it help if those were mounted officers? That's what I just think they have to think differently. These cops shouldn't have to face these, like you said, nut jobs who might, I don't know, be armed, or we don't know what they have. They're going to throw acid in their face or whatever, urine in their face. should police and ICE change their attitude and get them, I don't know, on segways, either robotics or horses, or somehow distance them with a more intimidating, way of coming into the community? I don't have the answer. I just feel like this is going to be bad, to your point.
Well, you're absolutely right. I think tactically what we're going to need, and here's the problem. It'd be great to have a line of mounted officers, even a line of bike officers. I used to run our crowd control team of bikes, and, you can do a lot of things. But when you're hundreds of officers short, it's so difficult. And that's, what you're saying, like what we saw in Minneapolis. Here's these officers. They weren't from ICE, but, everybody, when they start to see cops in any kind of tactical gear, they're like, oh, it's ICE. We got to protect the immigrants. And so you're right. I think you're going to see more and more police officers. And in some areas, especially large blue cities, we may have to bring in the National Guard to at least assist. But wouldn't it be nice if people could just let law enforcement do their jobs? Yes. And what we need to see is local politicians, it'd be nice to have the mayor of Nashville, who kind of started all this with doxing of the agents and things, stand up and tell people, stop attacking the police, let them do their job. We'll work this out in the courts.
Sergeant Betsy Brantner-Smith, National Police Association. It's good to hear your voice. Good to catch up with you. Thank you so much.
Thanks for being with me. Everybody go to nationalpolice.org. Hit that donate button. See, we're doing amazing stuff.
You are. And you can go through the policy, the mission, National Police Organization. We really appreciate you. Thank you so much, Betsy.
Thanks, Don.
We got to talk about Marvin E. Cans, my guys at Marvin E. Cans, Heating and Air Conditioning. We just had that Mitsubishi electric heating and air conditioning. It's called a mini split unit, and it's installed. It's working beautifully. Our basement had our lower level, which is a walkout. It's tiled. It's a great space, but the problem is poor ventilation, especially back where our office and studio is, and the ductwork just doesn't exist back there. So this ductless unit for Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning has been a total game changer for Larry and for me, because we share that space. It's just lovely. And it even had, I noticed when I went down there last night, it actually used to have this like musty smell, but because you've got this wonderful unit down there, it's just circulating the air. It's dry. It smells great. Like I say, it's a game changer. So just check them out. My guys at Marvin E. Cans, Kanze, marvinecans.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across our multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Just updating you that a Guatemalan migrant deported to Mexico has now been returned to the United States per a court order. He's ID'd as OCG by his initials, deported to Mexico. And so at this point, it's a U.S. District Court judge in Massachusetts, we told you about this, ruled that they needed to bring him back. So the Trump administration did. So, boom, there it is. They're going to process him here. He is, as I speak, being sent to an Arizona immigration facility while he awaits trial. And the legal experts are saying he'll likely succeed in this. So we'll continue to follow that one. Just updating you. I wish there's so many things that I wish that I could have asked Sergeant Betsy Brantner Smith. Nationalpolice.org. It's the National Police Association, but it's at nationalpolice.org. And I support them. I hope you do too. They do great work, and they're just within our community as well. So I just want to bring that to your attention. So I know we have to take a quick break because we're going to talk budget stuff. You're going to hear some great audio. Why were they grilling some of the Trump cabinet members? And you can gain a lot of insight into what's going on with tariffs, the budget talks, and then I'll relate that as well to what's going on in the state of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania because we have budget talks here. So we're winding down to that one. Just a real quick, do I have to go? All right, we got to go? Not yet? Yes? Thumbs up. All right. So we have the great Stephen Moore is ahead. So he's, as you know, close to the Trumponomics. So we'll talk to him, get his take, and talk about tariffs, trade, all of that right around the corner. This is the Dawn Stensland Show.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Are. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different. But here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, the best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
Hey honey, have you heard about PFAS in water?
No. What are they?
They're harmful chemicals that can be in our drinking water. PFAS are called forever chemicals.
Ooh. So how do we deal with that?
I'm gonna call Martin Water Conditioning. They have whole home water systems that help remove PFAS and other contaminants.
So we'll have cleaner, safer drinking water?
Exactly.
To learn more, visit our website at martinwater.com. Martin Water Conditioning. Better water, better life.
Don't get left in the dark. Power up with a Generac generator from MT Rule, your local Generac generator dealer. Certified technicians properly size and install your generator with true turnkey service. Free estimates, financing options, peace of mind, and annual service contracts. Plus, 1210 listeners get a special offer, a 5-year extended warranty, 1 year of free mobile link monitoring, and a free whole house surge protector. Call 610-539-2920. 610-539-2920.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babel. Babel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babel subscription at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Parks Racing and the Pennsylvania Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association invite you and your family to Barks at Parks Belmont Stakes Day this Saturday at Parks Racing. Enjoy live thoroughbred racing and watch the Belmont Stakes at Parks. Free family fun from 1 to 5 in the Picnic Grove with moonbounce, face painters, food and beverage specials. Plus, you can watch the Basset Hound races in between thoroughbred races to benefit the Tri-State Basset Hound Rescue. It's all happening this Saturday at Parks Racing in Ben Salem. Doors open at 10, first post 12:05. Details at parksracing.com. Must be 18 to wager at Parks Racing 21 for casino gambling. Gambling problem 1-800-GAMBLER.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
So President Trump just speaking out about the what's going on in D.C., what's happening, and the phone call as I was talking about Chinese President Xi, how he feels that went. We'll talk about Trumponomics and the Trump economic miracle. Well, will there be a miracle? Does President Trump need a miracle? And is today's phone call, which obviously was well received by the futures, that was an important one as well. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Thanks for being here. Want to get to some of the breaking news that we have today, and that is that huge SEPTA fire in Philadelphia. These are a so-called SEPTA graveyard, if you will. All of these vehicles of these disabled SEPTA buses, huge buses, stacked like dominoes next to each other by the dozens, and so many of them starting on fire, and a huge fire that took hours for Philadelphia firefighters to put out. The word is they put out the fire. I don't have reports of any injuries. And this, as our governor, Josh Shapiro, was just here in Philadelphia yesterday as they're talking about trying to trying to figure out the budget. But on the other hand, will they get a SEPTA deal done? That's a real question here. And so is there a relationship between that? We don't know if this is being investigated as an arson, just a mistake. But man, this was a fast-moving, huge fire. Some of you, as I was reporting it this morning, and I was getting texts and DMs from some of you as you're making your way in, you could see that huge plume of smoke over the city of Philadelphia for many miles. So it's being investigated, and that will continue. They're on the scene right now, so that's a developing story. And one of the headlines, would the SEPTA cuts, would they cut back as far as SEPTA between the city and the suburbs? And what would that look like? So there's a huge deficit with SEPTA. This is a real problem, and it's a problem for Governor Josh Shapiro. Shapiro had also been mocking the Trump administration for that so-called sanctuary city list. And his snarky line was, I don't know if ChatGPT wasn't working or what. So he's putting out the word on social media, always having fun with that. But there's a more serious meaning behind that, because the sheriff's associations across the nation were saying that sanctuary list was a real problem with them, as it was putting out the word, and then people were panicking about it. And then you even heard Sergeant Betsy Brentner-Smith, National Police Association, talking about that all of these crazy people were coming out, even attacking other law enforcement because they thought, oh, we're on the list and that must be ICE. And so I think they're trying to just tamp that down a little bit. So we have that going on. So much happening in and around our region. So we'll talk about all of it. I wanted to get to a piece of audio, and this is by our Commerce Secretary Lutnik, as he's going through. Do you have this, Dan? I'd sent you Howard Lutnik, obviously ties to our region, and he was being asked, and I thought this was kind of bizarre, as he's testifying before different committees on Capitol Hill, and he's being asked basically, why do you have to read through and nitpick through every government contract? And why, if it's a contract of $100,000 or more, you're going through all of these. And, who does that? And Lutnik, fires back at him. There's this back and forth. I thought you would find this interesting. So let's listen in as our Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnik, is questioned about why. Why is he reading through government contracts that, you and I pay for?
And it's been reported in the press that you are insisting on personally reviewing every commerce contract over $100,000?
That is true.
Well, that seems to be something that is not particularly efficient, and that results in the 5,700 contracts just in NOAA. So, again, if you can't find reliable support to do those reviews, I think you're wasting your time, frankly.
So I am tasked with the responsibility of my department, and contracts over $100,000 should be reviewed by the secretary. Now, I may have more energy and more time, and if you drive by the Department of Commerce late at night, you're going to see our lights on because I'm going through it. I do it with my team. I do it with the people who run the bureaus, and I teach them how to analyze contracts, not to push forward what was done before. And I'll give you one quick example. They come to me with planes, hurricane hunters, and they said there are $672 million. I said, wow, how many planes do we get? We get two planes? Wow. Can I see the plane, please? Just show me a picture of the plane and they show me this picture of a plane. And you remember old planes, they had like mullions in the windscreen, and they show me that, 3 propellers on each side. And I said, my God, when was this plane new? They said, no, you're buying a new plane. I said, no, when was the first one? 1955.
Excuse me, Mr. Secretary.
These things have to
You're
stop.
talking about a $600 million acquisition. That's
Correct.
a lot more than a $100,000 contract to do something like cleaning in the buildings that you occupy.
Oh,
And
we cancel huge numbers of absurd contracts for software nobody uses. I said, how many people use this software? 0. These are waste, these are fraud, or these are abuse, and it's my job
How
to
many
teach my
CEOs?
staff.
How many CEOs of companies, major companies in the United States, are reviewing contracts at the $100,000 level? And if they would,
Yeah.
what would the board of directors say to them?
So listen.
The first year you're there, if you don't do it, you should be fired. You should know everything that's going through. You should do it with your staff. You should teach your staff how to do it, and then you should delegate them to do it once you've taught them. You don't do it, you're abdicating your responsibility. That's how I view it. That's how I ran my business privately, and that's how I'm going to run the government. I'm responsible for our
let's go ahead.
Thank you, Howard Lutnik. So if you don't know this about him, so think about this. This is a United States senator basically grilling somebody who, quite frankly, we are lucky that we have Howard Lutnik, who's coming as a favor to Trump, if you will, and somebody who literally rose from the ashes. If you don't know his backstory, please let me enlighten you. So, yes, he's that Howard Lutnik. He was the guy on that fateful day, and I was a news reporter and anchor here in Philadelphia that day, September 11th, 2001, when we were attacked by terrorists. Why wasn't he in one of the towers in New York City as CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald? Why wasn't he there that day? Because the guy's a workaholic, and he's always there early, and he stays late, and you hear him. He is a mentor at his job. He trains everybody in. He wants to make sure everybody is trained in properly, right? So why wasn't he there that day? His wife said to him, honey, this is our son's first day of kindergarten, and you can't get the time back, and you're a workaholic. And so he was, thought, you're right. I'm gonna come into the office late. He told everybody at work because he was going to drop his son off at school for his first day of kindergarten. That's why he was not there that one day, and lost family, lost his best friends, and by all accounts could have said, I'm done with this. And so he was not at his office. He did not die that day in the North Tower of the World Trade Center when it was struck. And so he is the reason that Cantor Fitzgerald even survived. Okay, 658 of the employees that day, including, like I say, his family, his brother Gary, his best friend, died that day. So 658 out of 960 employees perished that day. And by the way, they would have meetings beyond that and made sure that they paid for the family members, the kids to go to college, supporting the family members of 658 who died that day. I mean, if you don't get inspired by this guy and look at his chutzpah, right? Talk about chutzpah. This man not only survived, then made sure, and part of the reason that he vowed they would rebuild and be successful was to support the families and the children and the widows and the spouses of those 658. That was his tribute to them, to work like a dog every single day to rebuild that company. That's the work ethic that you're looking at here. And so for this dingbat, Senator Reid, to question him, why are you going through and nitpicking? Why are you questioning and really looking at every penny of every tax penny, not just tax dollar, tax penny. Who are you? You're just wasting your time. Why are you? You know what I mean? Because they don't want the swamp. That is a creature of the swamp who does not want Howard Lutnik in working for Trump. No. Because swamp critters, right? Nothing to see here. This contract, that contract, all these millions of dollars. That's what's going on there. I just wanted to share that with you because if you don't know who Howard Lutnik is, and I know Senator Kennedy, who we all like him from Louisiana, was busting his chops, among other things, about the tariffs. And look, people who are career politicians on both sides of the aisle, I will say, they don't understand a guy like Howard Lutnik. They don't. They're like, oh, he's chaotic, and I don't understand. Well, it's just, you know what? Look at this guy's backstory and his motivation. This is an American patriot who works like a dog, right? He's a very wealthy guy. He doesn't have to be in there dealing with all of this, but he believes in making America great again. He believes in Donald J. Trump just like you do, just like I do. So that's what we've got going on.
I've really grown to love him because of you, Dawn. I watch Howard Lutnik a lot of times, and there's a lot of times that Democrats, they'll try to, with budgetary stuff, they'll try to say, hey, you're cutting X, and try to make it emotional and pull it emotional. And Lutnik he's really good at also addressing those kind of claims. Here's an example of Jack Reed delving into, he talks about the NOAA and how there's going to be, less meteorologists and we're all going to be unsafe because of weather issues. And Lutnik masterfully handles that as well. Take a listen.
Circumstances. We have 2,100 meteorologists and 120 retired this year, and we hired them back. I was able to have them exempted from the hiring freeze. We care about meteorologists. We care about hydrologists who do the rivers and the ponds. So we are fully staffed with forecasters and scientists. Under no circumstances am I going to let public safety or public forecasting be touched. But I tell you what we did cut. We did cut programs writing children's books for climate anxiety. Yes, that was in NOAA. And you agree with me, that's not part of our mission. Our mission is to forecast. Our mission is to protect. Our mission is to advise. Our mission is to research, not write children's books on climate anxiety.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Howard Lutnik, our Commerce Secretary. I know that he thinks outside the box, and that's something that we see the back and forth of what's going on with the budget negotiations. But I love the fact that we have so many people who are superstars within the private sector. These are extremely wealthy people who could be on the beach with their cabana boy or gal delivering their drink with their wife and kids, whatever. They don't have to deal with this. So I'm just going to push back on all of these individuals who love to criticize him, but he's that guy. And the fact, it's very telltale when he says a couple things during that initial testimony, pushing back against Senator Reed. Number one, he works very long hours. He has a work ethic that's a private sector work ethic. He's not somebody who, is out at a happy hour by 4 or 5 in the afternoon.
Now, I may have more energy and more time. And if you drive by the Department of Commerce late at night, you're going to see our lights on because I'm going through it. I do it with my team. I do it with the people who run the bureaus, and I teach them how to analyze contracts, not to push forward what was done before. And I'll give you one quick example.
So there it is. It's the sign of a great manager, and you know this, no matter what industry you work in. I always say when I go to a restaurant, because I waitressed my way through journalism school, my parents couldn't pay for college. I was the first woman in my entire family to graduate college with a journalism degree, because that was my dream. And I knew that if I wanted a professional career, that I would be discriminated against if I didn't have that piece of paper. And so I went and got it, and waitressing helped me do it. I was blessed with working for managers who took the time to train us in. And I can tell you, if I go to a restaurant and there's poor service, it's not the server's fault. It's the manager's fault. So that matters. Look at his attitude, and if you ever hear his speeches or read anything that he's written, you will know he believes in properly training everybody in, and that means longer hours. It's a big pain to try to train somebody in. So what is he doing even when he leaves this administration and goes back, to his real job and his real life, he will think about training under him. What a treat. You could not even pay for that kind of education. So the people in the Commerce Department are learning and being trained in what to watch for, how to read these contracts. That's incredible. Can you imagine? It's a master class on commerce, on how to read through these contracts, contract law. My goodness, you could not ask for a better teacher. But that shows, to me, that's a sign of greatness. A manager who takes the time, and it's a lot of time with employees, to properly train them in. So when you hear the back and forth, and everybody loves to go, oh, look at, he's an idiot, and oh, look at Senator Kennedy is grilling him over some of the terminologies, and we played that earlier with Greg Stocker's cut sheet. Yeah, maybe he doesn't know all their government labels for things or their name, whatever, but he is a voracious reader. He reads through everything. So he's somebody who I feel I'm glad he's in that spot. Do we have our Steve? Maybe we don't have Steven today.
No, yeah.
So that's all right.
No, it's sad. But we do have to break, regrettably.
So we'll catch up with Stephen Moore. That's all right. Look, it happens. It's a very busy time right now. So we'll get to him at some point and get the update from him. We always appreciate his time. We'll take a quick break. If you have thoughts on this or a reaction, 855-839-1210. I want to get to that health study that I had seen because it's something you can do at any stage in your life. And this new study that's being touted says if you change your eating habits and incorporate certain foods, that it's a game changer in your health, no matter where you are in life. Wow. An important health study, among other things, just ahead.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Serendipity Dizzle says, thanks a lot, Nick Kale. You think Democrat Mikey Sherrill will be our next governor. If you think I'm just going to predict Republicans win every single thing because it makes you feel good, I thought the left were the snowflakes and the softies. Come on, Serendipity Dizzle. Didn't I say that the red wave wasn't going to happen when I first walked in here in October 2022? Was I right? Was my prediction enough to keep Republicans at home? Bring the same energy you do for 47 to every other election where an R's on the board, and you'll win.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
For Governor, Jack Ciattarelli has President Trump's complete and total endorsement.
This is Jack Ciattarelli. Just like President Trump is taking on the status quo in Washington, when I'm governor, we're going to do the same in New Jersey. I'll end Murphy Sanctuary State for illegals, stop over development in our suburbs, cap property taxes, and instead of worrying about kids' pronouns, we'll get back to teaching the basics in our schools.
Jack Ciattarelli, President Trump's only endorsed candidate for governor. Paid for by Ciattarelli for Governor Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends June 30th. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Big news! Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange. And millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Updating you on the developing stories, we've been talking about Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnik. He just began testimony 22 minutes ago, by the way. Howard Lutnik did. Testifying this morning before the House Appropriations Committee about the department's fiscal 2026 budget request. And so that includes, obviously, President Trump's America First agenda and tariffs, the legal battles, etc. But we were showing you he was testifying yesterday in the House, getting quite a grilling. So that just started 22 minutes ago. And also the Supreme Court of the United States releasing these rulings this morning. And we're expecting a flurry of rulings. So this is one of the most, in this one, it's actually the bottom line on it with the Supreme Court is a straight woman. She's a non-gay woman, a straight woman, and she was suing. They revived her lawsuit, essentially. And so it has to do with, can a majority of people, can they file a lawsuit that they were discriminated against? In other words, because they're being discriminated against because they're in a majority population. So if you're a straight woman, the thinking in the other lower courts was, no, she couldn't sue because, you're a straight white woman. In this one now, she can. It's under, I believe, Title VII, Civil Rights Act of 1964-ish. And so under Title VII, and by the way, a 9-0 ruling. It's unanimous that she absolutely has the right to go forth with her lawsuit. And so this is a big win for equality, not equity, equality. So we want to point that one out to you with the Supreme Court of the United States of America. So we've been talking about all of this morning as we look to what is going on in America. And President Trump is touting his, quote, very positive conclusion to that famous phone call that I had talked to you about and told you about. They have the long phone calls. So President Trump had said, yes, the call lasted about an hour and a half. And 1.5 hours, about 90 minutes, resulted in a very positive conclusion for both countries. This, according to President Trump. And so the bottom line, my conclusion on all of this, when we do trade tariff talk, is that Trump, when he talks about tariffs, it has been direct. And I know I'm Trump-splaining to my fellow Trumpaholics, but I'm going to, if you're not and you don't understand, I'm going to explain this to you. What this has been about all along, the tariff thing. Yes, Trump wants the best deal in the world, but he specifically wanted the trade talks with China. It has to do with fentanyl, right? But it has to do with the fact that for too long, we've had such an unfair deal with China. And that has been his focus. Not Vietnam, not Canada, not Mexico. That's not, they already worked that out. With Europe, the EU deals, all of that's worked out. That's why if you Trump-splain or if you're a Trumpaholic, like I'm just telling you that to me it's obvious, and to some of you it's obvious, but to the rest of the world, even even Republicans or even like Senator Kennedy, who I get such a kick out of. I mean, we could write a book with all of his Kennedyisms. They're a hoot. He's Louisiana. Well, that has more hair on it. You know what I mean? He just has the funniest sayings. But I know he was grilling Howard Lutnik, for example, on perhaps contradicting himself, and why not do reciprocal trades, and why are you basically undermining your own argument. I'm telling you why. It's because that's not the goal. The goal is China. We're getting played by China. That's what it's about. And with the fentanyl crisis and the opioid crisis, but also we're always getting played. So that is what it has been about since day one. Look at the markets right now. How they were up on the futures. They're up right now. Everybody's happy because I think people who know this understand this. Trump wants a deal with China and to make it more of a fair deal. Boom. That's at the end of the day, I can't even tell you anymore. That's what it's about. And so if you're somebody who's looking at the details, like Kennedy, I'm sure, Senator Kennedy, and he's saying, well, why are they, I don't understand. And what about this? Just you don't look at that. That's not what Trump is looking at. I'm telling you, boom, there it is. I'm right. I know I'm right.
Morning Joe this morning saying that we're going to become debt slaves if we don't address the problems with the bill. Do you want that audio?
Yeah, let's hear it.
We're in uncharted territory, as you say, on the tariffs. We're also in uncharted territory on our national debt, $37 trillion. It's just exploded exponentially over the past 20 years or so. Yep. Do you have any hope that Congress can be responsible, that the House and the Senate can somehow figure out how to at least bend the line where we start moving back toward a balanced budget?
Sure. I mean, I'm an optimist. I'm a paranoid optimist. But in the last year, certainly the last 100 to 150 days, the conversation up here has changed. Under President Biden, the conversation was basically who needs to pay more in taxes. The conversation now, really on both sides of the aisle, quietly more of the Democrats, is what the hell happened to the money? Elon Musk makes a valid point. We have become, or will become, if we don't do something about it, debt slaves. Mr. Musk says that we need to relearn the magical healing power of no. He's right. But you're not going to be able to do it in one bill. You're just not. That's just practical, political, and frankly, economic reality.
So there's a problem with that, with the votes, and I'll get to that in a moment. But I just want to point out to you, as far as President Trump putting out his long Truth Social, and then it gets reposted, but he's mentioning Howard Lutnik, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who just gets more impressive by the minute, right, and others. And so he's saying that they will have their respective teams. They'll be meeting soon. So this is wonderful news. And he said that President Xi graciously invited the First Lady and me to visit China, and I reciprocated. As presidents of two great nations, this is something we both look forward to doing. The conversation focusing almost entirely on trade, and Trump, puts trade in all caps. Nothing was discussed concerning Russia, Ukraine, or Iran. We will inform the media as to scheduling and location of the soon-to-be meeting. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So mentioning this is the focus, this is what Trump wanted all along, and this looks so good. Around the corner, I'll explain why Trump is focused on one big, beautiful bill. It has to do with the votes and the immediacy of the situation. So I'm going to break that down for you because I haven't heard that in a lot of places where it's fully explained why it's important to get her done now. 855-839-1210. You can always sound off. If you're headed to the shore this summer, and maybe while you're away, maybe you're hoping for a little magic. My friends at Kitchen Magic, while you're away, they could transform the kitchen. How about that? Kitchen Magic, they've been transforming kitchens since 1979. Proudly American-made, family-owned, 100% tariff-proof because, of course, they're here. They're here at home, and it's made in the USA. And that, of course, means no international delays, no surprises, no surprise fees. So this month only, I want you to take advantage of this special at Kitchen Magic, 24-month, same as cash financing. It is time to love your kitchen again. Visit kitchenmagic.com. You can call them 800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic, quality that's closer to home. Tell them Dawn sent you.
A more humid air mass continues to build into the Delaware Valley today. It'll be partly sunny, very warm with a high of around 88. For tonight, muggy, partly cloudy with a low 68 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. And another very warm day on Friday, partly sunny with a high 86.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
My name is Beverly Pfeiffer. This is my husband, Craig Pfeiffer, and we've been with Crash Proof since 2024. We wanted to just sustain our growth and be able to count on what we've earned.
When you go with Crash Proof Retirement, you will never lose a dime, and you could only increase your portfolio. The 8% that we earned this year is our money. We get to keep it. It gives us the option of either increasing our principal or taking money out to use for travel, for our grandchildren. We have 3 grandchildren, and we love spoiling them with trips, with presents.
We worked hard all our life, and it's nice to be able to just sit back and just watch our money grow.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 10th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I want to talk about my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. I just completed my first dental implant. I did have some anxiety. Dr. Bentz explained it, got me through the process, and it's been very successful. I would say textbook. That's what you get with Dr. Bentz. Not only great skill, but he coaches you through it, helps you through any anxiety that you might have. Get on the road to great dental health. Call the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Classes start June 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
So I've got to be quick here. This is important. Ready? This is Stephen Miller, who I think is brilliant. And he says this: the Big Beautiful Bill contains 3 major sections. The most significant border security and deportation effort in history, including building the entire wall, get that done. Full expansion of Trump tax cuts. Okay, he says this is what CBO is scoring, not spending tax cuts, the ones we campaigned on and pledged. And number 3, the largest welfare reform in history, cutting nearly $2 trillion in spending. That's a net number, right? So I want you to think about this. Then he goes through this, that as far as this goes, if you split up this bill and you think about the Senate and what majority might be needed, and now you start splitting this up with the debt ceiling and another bill and so on and so forth, you're not going to get this done. And so that's what they're worried about. That's why he's saying we must get this vote done in one big beautiful bill. This is the mandate of the people. And he says the bill allocates, for example, $20 billion for the wall, 500,000 deportations in 2025 per DHS estimates. And he goes through all of those numbers. I'll repost this. I wish he were saying it so he would explain it. And then, let's do it.
Stephen Moore. Stephen Moore just
Stephen
joined
Moore?
Hey, Steve.
Oh, I was quoting Stephen. I was quoting the other Stephen, Stephen Miller, but now we have the
amazing Stephen Moore checking
Stephen
in.
Moore, the economist, Trumponomics, and Trump miracle author. Well, thank you for being here. What do you say about this idea that they really, and it looks like there's concern that the Senate is, losing some speed, if you will, as far as the big, beautiful bill. What do you see here, Stephen? Do we have Stephen?
Stephen, are you there?
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. We lost him.
Looks like we lost him.
Well, we didn't lose you. We know he's there. Do. Darn it. And he was also talking about, as far as Stephen Moore was talking about this big lawsuit with state attorneys general and the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission. And so there's that going on. I know that was one of his latest pieces, Heritage Foundation. Do we have him back? Or maybe not. That's
no,
right.
It looks like we're
Sorry, but I'm so sorry about that. Darn it, we're having some technical issues.
If not tomorrow, maybe next week we'll get him on. Oh,
Yeah.
Wait, do you want to try him one more time? He's calling in right now.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Yeah. Stephen, you there?
Yeah, sorry I lost you.
No,
good.
No, thank you for joining, sir. How you doing?
Thank you.
I'm excellent. I'm great, guys.
Thank you very much. Dawn Stensland Show, our executive producer, Dan Borowski, with a very big announcement coming up in less than 10 minutes. I'm not sure if our boss knows, but we'll get into that. A big, big announcement. But for you, Stephen Moore, we always love when you come on, and certainly your enthusiasm, before the big election and the Trump miracle. So, you know what, your book, talking about a miracle with, and you're the Trumponomics author among many other great books. Yeah. So does Trump need a miracle to get the big, beautiful bill passed? Does he need a miracle with China,
Well, by the way, we're seeing the Trump economic miracle right now because the economy's really rapidly improved over the last 6 weeks. Remember, 6 weeks ago, all the liberals were, it's going to be another Great Depression and the stock market's crashing. Well, all we've seen is since then is up. And a report came out this week from the Federal Reserve Bank that says the economy's growing at 4.5%, which is one of the highest rates of growth we've had in 5 years. So things are looking up. We got a big jobs report tomorrow. I think there'll be a little bit of pause on the jobs, but I think it's temporary. I think if Trump can get these trade deals done, it's good news for everybody. So I'm feeling pretty bullish right now, and I don't know if it's a miracle, but it certainly is getting better. And thank God. I mean, can you imagine what the economy would be like right now if Kamala Harris were president?
No. Don't even. Like, I literally got the chills when you said that, because it's like, oh
exactly.
my gosh.
Well, now, the main thing we have to do that's really important, and I think all of your listeners know that because you've got a smart listenership, is we've got to make the Trump tax cuts permanent. We're on the way to doing that. I think the Senate's going to pass something in the next couple of weeks, and we're well on the way to getting this signed. Is it a great bill? No, but it's a good bill. And it's important because I want to make sure your listeners understand. I say it every time I come on your program, is if we don't get this done, then we're going to face a $4 trillion tax increase next year, and the average family is going to pay $3,000 more in taxes. So raise your hand if you're in favor of that.
Yeah.
I'm not. So we got to do this. I think we're going to get it over the goal line. It'll be a big victory for the country and for American families and businesses and for Trump.
Yeah, and nobody in the media, the so-called mainstream media, they don't bring up the popular issues, right? Not just the tax cuts, but they never talk about the no taxes on tips for employees as far as tax cuts.
I love that one.
Think about how that spurs the economy. Cash in your pocket.
Yeah. By the way, my first job when I was a kid, like 17 years old, was 17, 18 years old. I was a car parker, valet, and for weddings and for events and things like that. And it was a great job. I love that. You got to drive all these cool cars, and park them, and Lamborghinis and BMWs and that kind of thing. But the really cool thing was, people would come out and they'd this was back in the 80s, people would give you a $5 tip, and that was when $5 was a lot of money, so we'd go home with $60, $80 in our pocket. Please don't tell anybody about this, but we never declared that on our tax returns. But I know the IRS is probably listening to this show, but look, when you think about tips are a way of rewarding people for good, for doing the right thing, right, and being good at performance. And so it's a great way to get money into the hands of people at the bottom, who are struggling to make ends meet.
It's so true, and I think, but I'm glad to hear you say, that you think it will get done. I believe that it will. Yeah. But I am concerned about more and more senators. They keep coming out and saying, "No, we need to split this up." And go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. You're right. But here's the thing: it is going to get done. I'd put the odds at 80% right now because failure is not an option. But I do agree with people like my friend Rand Paul, who probably is a no on this bill, and Ron Johnson, who I think in the end will vote for this. They are right. This does not cut spending. It does not cut spending. And, some minor Medicaid cuts, and my God, the left is going, have you noticed? They're going crazy. Oh, my God, women aren't going to get prenatal care when they're pregnant, and we're going to have to shut down rural hospitals. What the hell are they talking about? Yeah. All this bill does is say if you're an illegal immigrant and not supposed to be in the country and you're collecting Medicaid benefits, free health care from the taxpayers, no, we're not going to allow that to happen anymore. Under Biden, we had 10 million illegal immigrants getting health care from the taxpayers.
Yeah, it's crazy. Stephen Moore, yeah. I'm so sorry about the technical problems, but I'm so thankful that you and Dan Borowski were persistent, and we got you.
I'm glad it worked out. Anytime. We'll talk again next week.
Yes, take care. Thank you, Stephen Moore.
Take care. Bye.
And if you don't have any of his books, I think I have most of his books, but the latest one is The Trump Economic Miracle. The one that I think you're going to love, too, is Trumponomics from 2018. So we have a big announcement with Dan Borowski. This is big. And I'm just a little concerned here because I don't know that the big bosses know, or that does Greg Stocker know, Dan? Does he know?
Yeah, he knows.
He does know?
Yeah. And I'm on air right now, babe. I have my wife on the other line with some information, but she's not going to be joining us. She's a little, mic shy. So
all right.
Yeah,
so we got some big news. So we'll take a quick break and come back with the big Borowski news right around the corner.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
The Married Life song. So Dan Borowski with some big news.
Yeah,
we're very
Dawn,
excited.
Some huge news for the Borowski stable. My beautiful wife Maisie has been I've been dealing with some stuff recently now for 20 weeks, Dawn, believe it or not. Due October 24th, take a listen. That you hear there is the heartbeat, Dawn, of an upcoming baby Borowski. We have a baby. Maisie's pregnant, 20 weeks now. And it looks like late October we'll be welcoming a new member of the family. Our first child. I cannot freaking wait, Dawn.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Baby Borowski.
Yeah.
And is there a is this pink gifts, blue gifts?
You know what? Yeah, let's reveal that. We did have a family gender reveal. We'll be having a little girl. I'll be a girl dad.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
A baby Borowski.
So if you've
girl.
noticed some passion behind I don't mean to make it political. If you know the last passion behind a lot of the transgender arguments and such, it's because I'll be welcoming a little girl into this world and me being athletic myself, And it's just, I can't wait, Dawn. It's been, we've been waiting a while, and we often talk about on the show about how, it's a struggle a lot of times with student loans and such, getting on your feet, finding a career. But we moved out to the suburbs. We found a good point in life. Maisie's happy with her job. I'm clearly happy with mine. And, we're moving forward and we're welcoming a little girl, Dawn.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So if you want to wish Dan well, or on the YouTube chat, or call in 855-839-1210, parental advice, maybe advice your wife is pregnant, because I think a lot of dads will give you some advice. Like I would say, try to get some, even vacation time or anything in, because once the baby's born, life changes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, or you don't know yet.
Well, we're talking right now about possibly taking a baby moon or going somewhere. Maisie doesn't want to fly anywhere as a pregnant woman.
Wait, it's called a baby moon?
Yeah, that's what they call it now. You haven't heard about those?
No.
Yeah, baby moons. It's the last chance you get as a couple to go. I just enjoy life without a child. Is that the way you put it? No, but
he's gonna be a daddy.
It's amazing. It really is. YouTube, really nice stuff. Festy guy says name her after her mother, Maisie. Says Maisie's a fantastic name. It's consideration, but I don't think we're gonna do that. But what I would love is, if you want to call us in the next couple of weeks, that is something we're talking about right now, is naming children. So if you have any good name suggestions, it's something we'd love to hear. Or, gosh, Dawn, this past weekend, what I did, we nested the entire day. We have a second bedroom, and we have a lot of stuff in there, so we slowly took it out, and her crib is now sitting in there. Hasn't been assembled yet.
Oh,
yeah, but
I want to cry.
And me and Maisie there, in our
Maisie,
shorts
congratulations,
and going through stuff, so.
Dan. Now, when you tell people, do you say we're pregnant?
No.
Okay.
No, I refuse to do that, and I actually am extremely careful about not doing that, because I get so miffed with guys that do that.
Really?
Are you okay with that?
Are you kidding? Do you hear Larry saying we're pregnant?
No.
Like never. Also, Larry never. I tease him. He claims that he changed a diaper. I don't remember it, but there's that. Number one names. So Social Security online, they always release the top names of every year. So the top girl name, and they do it by state, a breakdown. So the top name, Olivia, which Nick and his wife Kristen, Nikhil, they have an Olivia.
I gotta say, I beautiful, love the
I
name.
know, beautiful
but the
name.
problem we have, Dawn, is we have so many in our little social circles with children already that we already know Olivia. So we don't want to steal their name.
Olivia, Charlotte, Emma, Sophia.
Okay, Charlotte's on the list. I gotta ask you though. My mom, sister, they both live down in Charlottesville. So the problem with that name is every time we visit them, is it going to be like, oh yeah, this is Charlottesville, yeah. Is it going to become something corny? I don't know.
That's the hard. I think the hard piece of this is that when they go to school and they have 5, let's say, Charlottes in their class, you know what I mean? And so Olivia and Mia, Nikhil, the twins,
both adorable names. Yeah,
they're such beautiful names, but they're in the top 6. And then number 7 is Isabella.
Oh.
Then the name Harper, Evelyn, Ava.
I love that they're kind of like old people names coming back.
Old-fashioned
names. And it's great to see because, I don't know, I don't mind an Ashley or a Tiffany, but it seems like for a long time, Ashley, Tiffany, Jessica were the 3 that everyone that was always leading those lists, and it's nice to see different names on there.
And one of my grandmothers was Violet, is number 14 on the list. So that's interesting.
It's going to be funny because Violet's beautiful, actually. It's
I love that
it's
name.
one honor because we really like the nickname Letty as well. Like
Letty?
Violet. Yeah, like
Oh,
Violet. Like,
cute.
yeah. But the one on YouTube, and they already got to it, and it didn't take long. And it's been said over and over, and it's on the list. I want
What?
your thoughts on this. My name's Dan. Her name's Maisie. Put them together. What do you get?
Daisy.
Yes.
I love it.
Do you? Because Maisie's argument is then child 2 or child 3, well, they look and be like, oh, well, he wasted the good name on me, or she's clearly the favorite.
Well, yeah, but what if you have 3 girls and you name them Daisy, Violet, Rose, and if you have a 4th girl trying for a boy, Lily?
Well, I was going to say, she already has a cousin named Lily.
Okay.
So Daisy and
that's-
Lily playing together is something we've considered.
See, we have Emmy and Lily, Stacia and Justin, my stepdaughter. I'm a Mimi of Lily and Emmy, which Emma
Emmy's
is
really
the top
cute.
name. So we got that going on.
Is Emmy the full name, or is it Emmeline, or?
No, Emmeline. I don't know. I hope I can say their names. Emmeline.
Okay.
And Lillian.
It's adorable.
I think these, when you think about Theodore, names, you're right, old-fashioned
Mhm.
family names have made a big comeback. Nostalgia.
With boys, I think Henry. We have a producer here, Henry.
Oh,
But
that's right.
That's in the top now, and you wouldn't expect that. Henry being back. More on YouTube, Bertha Borowski. I don't think so, Kimmy. I think we'll
Bertha?
pass on that one.
That's an old-fashioned. I had an
it
Aunt
is.
Bertha. It's a old-fashioned. I love it.
The BB's names, and we're
BB?
having
Yeah, they call her
There's a
BB.
couple on there that like Bryn we were considering. Bryn
the whole
Borowski, but
alliteration.
Is the alliteration also something you want to aim away from, or is it something you aim for?
I think you just pick the name that you love. Here, okay, on the YouTube chat, tell Dan if I'm wrong. Here's my advice though: do not tell anybody. Don't tell the parents and say, "Oh, what do you think?" Just know you and Maisie, you choose the name, and even I would say
There's been a little bit of that already.
don't give the name until they see the baby, until the baby's born, because then you go, here's, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Here's, here's Susie or whatever, because then they're like, oh, and then that's it. You're done.
Too many cooks in the kitchen, right?
Yep. Because then they'll fight and they'll say, oh, well, you named it after, Dan's side of the family. Why didn't you get the middle name as, my side of the family? You'll get
yeah.
that whole mess.
We're
So-
trying to accommodate equally. There's some good familial names that we're considering as well. So.
Yeah, but I don't believe in that.
No?
Name your
No?
child, name your baby girl what you and Maisie want.
How about
not-
after a song?
Oh, well,
Yeah.
that's Greg Stocker. So I think Dylan James, right?
Uh-huh.
So Bob Dylan, supposedly, because
Okay.
he's a big Dylan fan. Or Robert Zimmerman.
That was pretty tough to
I know,
hear
that was
today.
funny.
I
I know.
apologize. You should have known
Call
that.
back.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think some people will do that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We were thinking, because there's a great song. We love a band called Dispatch, and we'll go see them live sometimes. And there's
You're
a
gonna
song
name her
called Joseph.
Dispatch? Oh.
Dispatch Borowski, come on over. Josephine was on the list as potential.
Josephine.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. So, I don't know. We'll see, but it's exciting, and yeah.
Oh, Dan.
Well, thank you.
We're gonna cry. I know Anne Marie.
Ooh, that's a pretty one. Edward says Evelyn Rose.
Evelyn Rose is a beautiful name. ERB. This is a beautiful song, Josephine.
Yeah, right.
And then you got to pick the middle name. That's where I met a girl named Josephine.
Yeah.
Dan, I'm so happy for you and Maisie.
Well, thank you, Dawn.
Seriously, it's beautiful.
I appreciate it, and Maisie's doing fantastically. I tried getting her to call in. Didn't go so well. She's kind of microphone shy, but at some point we hope to have an update from her pregnancy. But everything's going great. Yesterday, reason why we took so long on the announcement is yesterday we had that appointment where they measured the limbs and such to make sure everything's going the right direction, and indeed
Ultrasound.
Yep, deep ultrasound, and indeed it is. And just one more time, it's a little heartbeat of
Isn't that
baby Bill
amazing?
Borowski.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Dan, I'm so happy for you.
Thank you.
Are you happy? Are you scared?
No, not scared.
Not scared.
Excited. Like,
Excited.
I hand to heart, I am truly so excited for this little one. I have nieces, nephews I've been dealing with the past 15 years, and I'm ready.
You're going to be a great dad.
Well, thank you.
Dan the dad.
Thank you.
So your feedback, you got to continue this through. Now, John,
I was hoping Dom would be in here, but he was actually on Newsmax.
Oh, he was.
Yeah,
he was on Newsmax, so he didn't get to hear us.
But he knows what's going on here,
He
Dom,
does.
and we just said And we're welcoming a baby girl into the world, Dom Giordano. We cannot freaking wait. Maisie still wouldn't come on the show, though.
Oh, Dom, did you hear the heartbeat?
I did not. We'll save that. I'm sure they will be hearing it. So yes.
And now it's open. I'm going to be talking about this a lot.
I was hoping for Maisie because I was then going to scooch Roe to have to come on too. At least it would be a rare.
I like that strategy. Okay,
yes.
She's listening, Maisie. So you might have to deal with that. Dom's gonna. There's that heartbeat, Dom. But Dom, it's.
Wow, that sounds like a marathon runner.
Yeah. You want? Well, here. Yeah.
She's healthy.
Wow. Yes. Wow. We have to do some heartbeat just to see how that fits.
That's a fantastic idea. Maisie, if you can get on with Dom, come on.
Very energetic. Yeah.
She goes, I need more time to prepare for something like that. I go, well, we're going to ask you how you're doing, and you're doing fantastically.
I'll ask her about the federal budget. She's an economist. She can do it.
Well, that's what she's scared of, She'd be
Well, we got to make make America great again just in time for baby Borowski.
That's right,
Dom?
Absolutely. The next will be the naming ceremony. We have to have a big deal for that.
We're going to auction off the naming rights on the Dom.
Oh, exactly.
Well, Dom, what have you got coming up?
We have coming up, John Yoo, what a day we have him booked on with the Supreme Court cases coming down. And we also are going to talk with Fred Herren because out there in Bucks County, they caught this guy who allegedly is a pedophile here illegally due to what Herren has been doing around the Trump policies versus the other counties.
See? Promises made, promises kept.
Exactly.
Dom Show is right now.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Yo, it's Coop. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and you bring your phone. That's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay, plus taxes and fees. It's guaranteed for 3 years because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today.
$20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Friday morning, Talk Radio Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time here on Talk Radio 1210. Welcome in, everyone. Big Supreme Court cases coming down, several of them. We'll get into that. John Yoo will be here a little bit later on. One of them involving a woman in Ohio who the courts, in this age of DEI and DEI pushback, seem to think is certainly legitimate in that she was not promoted from a government agency because she's a straight woman. And then she was demoted because she's a straight woman. Not because of any thing going on, because they wanted to move people forward to establish a quota. The other is a Catholic Charities case in Wisconsin in which the court went a little bit further in talking about religious freedom, religious rights. It was pretty egregious. I don't see anything overwhelming here yet, but it reminds us that we are in Supreme Court season. And we'll talk to John Yoo at 2:30 about some of the things that might come down. What are some of the biggest cases that we may see? And that means taking a look at what Amy Coney Barrett and what John Roberts do. We know pretty much where the others are going to land. It's just a question of having those two come down. All right, so 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you need to do is just push pound 1210, and we'll get you on board. The other things that have broken are around where we left off yesterday. I have a lot more material here. It's amazing what this FBI has tried to do to Catholics. Some of the most traditional Americans, some of the most faithful and patriotic Americans, what they've tried to do to Catholics. We know before what happened in Richmond. But yesterday, through Grassley and now through Kash Patel and the FBI, we know that there was another draft of the memos and the things they were putting out that went well beyond the Richmond office. And the link between what they called, quote, radical traditionalist Catholics and racially motivated violent extremism, and called for more development within parishes that celebrate the Latin Mass at Conspiri 220. Former altar boys out there, you may answer. Trying to think of the other Latin responses. Can you imagine? Because they're holding Latin Masses. These creeps at the FBI, and it wasn't just Richmond, we're going to go after Catholics, and we're going to put them under surveillance, etc. And within Catholic online communities, a draft which has been written in 2023 asserted that the threat of violence will likely increase during the election cycle. The second draft expressed similar concerns. They did not reference the Southern Poverty Law Center. All right, now this is an organization. Is there any organization that really gets more money that has a worse reputation? Who are more American? These radical Latin Mass-going Catholics or this SPLC, who routinely have slurred all kinds of conservatives? That's what they do. That's what they're about. That's what they're there for. There's no doubt about it. So this is something where Christopher Wray's have to be called in, the head of the Richmond. I'm not sure why they haven't done it already. Bring them in. I don't care if it takes 10 hours. We're going to have it out. The bishops have talked about this as profiling of Catholics. What are they going to do about it, though? When are they going to speak out? When are they going to point the finger and say it's guys like Joe Biden who condone this, who sent the vibe around this? That's what it's about. All right, so we have that. We have Elon Musk. And we have some guy on Newsmax. Dan, I don't have the cut sheet in front of me. I don't. This all is back and forth. I'm not sure where I've left it. Here, the Newsmax cut. Here's this guy trying this, saying that this is 4D chess. In other words, Trump and Musk are actually here together. Trump is using Musk's attacks on the big, beautiful bill in order to force Republicans to make some changes. Now, don't you think Trump would just twist some arms and tell them more of what he wanted in the Senate and the House? Here's this theory from Newsmax.
I know Trump supported this bill, but we also know that he is not thrilled about the final product. But how much other junk is there in this, like this bill? I have a theory, though. And this is just my theory. Uh-oh. But I've recently been pretty right about a lot of things, so I'm just going to roll with it. I think Trump might be working in tandem with Elon here to tank his own bill in a 4D chess move. Just a theory. My reasoning, I mean, like, how many people in the history of ever, like Trump's entire political career of the last decade, have come out against something Trump wants, and when has Trump just not gone off and completely obliterated them on like a global scale?
Let's talk about why he's not obliterating it, if anything. He's the richest guy in the world. He helped get Trump there. Doesn't want to rattle this. He's got Twitter. Doesn't want to go down this path. No need to do it. You know, Elon's still an ally in some way, shape, or form. Why is he not obliterating it? Because he's using Elon Musk to try to undermine the bill. No, that's not the case. That's not even close. All right, here's what he said.
And when has Trump just not gone off and completely obliterated them on like a global scale? Seriously. Ron DeSantis says one bad thing about Trump. Trump ruined his presidential career potential. Massey, 99% aligned with Trump, doesn't vote for the big, beautiful bill, and Trump's supporting a primary against him. So why hasn't Trump said anything negative about Elon? You picking up what I'm putting down? I mean, maybe Trump is also reading the country that's not thrilled about massive deficits that this creates and saying, ooh, maybe I shouldn't have settled for what the Congress gave me, so let's put Congress in the hot seat and force it back to the drawing board. Is it crazy to think?
Yeah. It's not happening this time, but the 4D chess and all again. Now, whether Trump has regrets about this or not cutting enough, getting some heat on that, will they get Rand Paul and others on board? But this is not a play because he's using Elon Musk to send his own message. I don't see it that way. It's not about that. Musk has several motivations. We gave them to you yesterday, why he opposes this. Not all of them are so good. Some of them are in self-interest. You can't go by the Congressional Budget Office. Trump made a good point yesterday when you take a look at friend of the show, Rick Santilli, yesterday, making the point of how much the Trump the trade deficit has plummeted due to the tariffs. Now, E.J. Antoni says the same thing. I don't know that he thinks this is necessarily the greatest thing.
$1 trillion trade deficit that was.
Yeah, here's Rick Santilli.
Sorry, let me cue that up 1 second.
Yeah.
What number is that, Don?
13.
Here you go. And sorry. My thing is messing up. Here you go.
Trade balance, and do remember, last week's advance only included goods. This one includes goods and services, comes in at minus $61.6 billion. That's about $5 billion less than we were expecting in terms of the deficit, but it does follow a revised $138 billion with a minus sign that was $140 billion, and that, of course, was an all-time record trade balance of goods and services. And as you can see, it has now been cut by more than half, and the big drop in imports seems to be where everyone's pointing. The big news there is how much it bolsters GDP. Just look at Atlanta Fed GDP now, which is at 4.64.
All right, so that's Rick Santelli, formerly of the guy who started the Tea Party movement, or really started that vibe, talking about the difference that this has made. Okay, phone lines. Get in with Dom, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. All right, side question today. We happened to see this, and I remember hearing about it. I think I have a pretty good handle now on exactly what happened. It was the zoot suit. If you always wondered what a zoot suit was, you've heard that expression. It happened mainly in L.A. This week in 1943. Primarily involved white American servicemen, particularly those who, didn't wear zoot suits, and young Mexican men who did wear zoot suits. The riots were fueled by the idea that this was a wartime footing. You shouldn't have such extravagant and wasteful clothing. There was something in there about wool in the suits, and we were having all these, inabilities we were trying to save precious products. We're fighting the Germans and the Japanese. So we thought, we have to ask this question. These controversies over fashion.
Oh, we're talking bad fashions again?
Yes, but it's not just clothing. Remember, fashion could be something like, a hairstyle. I've started to see it again this summer. For a while, it was really bad. I'll take off the board the all-time worst. If someone called in with it, they would have won. The man bun.
Oh.
Yeah, the man
bun.
bun.
So anti-man bun.
Yeah.
How many years going on now?
The NBA, you see more and more of this.
I used to do the man bun alert?
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Man bun, man bun. All you care about anymore is your stupid man bun.
Got to take that one off. And I will take off the ripped jeans look. I don't get it. I don't think it's effective to have jeans that are ripped. Spend that money. I'm not sure if you pay more if they're ripped than not, but the ripped jeans look, yeah, definitely not a good. I got a couple of others. I'll save them, though. Yeah.
How about an Italian man with a gold chain?
No.
It's a controversial fashion.
That's right. It's controversial. It's a good fashion look.
Yeah.
And the hairy chest is
I don't think
back.
it is. I don't think it is a good look.
I think the hairy chest is back. I don't think it ever left really deep down. Come on, women. Help us with that.
Are you pro hairy chest, Sean?
Yes, pro hairy chest. And the
Are you in on that?
And the chain. I think I wore a chain to Mulligan's a couple years ago. I may have to do that again a week from
tomorrow.
You got to
wear the gold. Yeah. I thought you wore the gold chain every day still.
No. I have to dig out my collection of gold chains. Yes.
How about the mullet? That's a controversial hairstyle.
Yes. Yeah. The mullet is not as bad as the man bun, but it's right there.
How about one Maisie won't let me keep? And I'm very disappointed about it. It's the standard, and I'm going to be descriptive about it because I don't want to take all of them off the board, but the police style mustache where it's just just coating the lip and everything else is shaved. I shaved the mustache when I shaved the other day, and she goes, "You're not going to keep that. You got to shave it off."
So is it the porn mustache?
Yeah, I guess it can be framed as a porn mustache if you like to, Dom.
The Strider guy, the guy that pitched
for
the Braves, and he hit.
That's what I mean.
His face would be pretty much normal, but when you see him, it's like, oh my God, that mustache.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah,
and it makes you have to. These guys are constantly touching it. I'll give you another one. And a real good friend, Jeff Katz, had it, and he'll admit it. The ID thing, or whatever men wear on their right wrist.
Oh, yeah.
It makes you constantly be going like this. You're constantly fidgeting.
Like the ID bracelets.
Yeah. It's constant fidgeting.
Just in general, men wearing bracelets. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, not good.
How about watches?
Watches are okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sean, you got one?
You got one, Sean?
Yeah, I got one. Bowl cuts. Yeah, I can't stand bowl cuts. At a point, you just got to cut it off.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. And Nathan Fillion's going to be in an upcoming Marvel film playing a member of the DC universe in which he's sporting a bowl cut. Nathan Fillion, the actor from Nerd Culture, demanded that he be cut the bowl cut so he can properly reflect the individual. So maybe with bowl cuts coming back into DC superhero films, will we see a return of the bowl cut into pop culture as a popular hairstyle? I don't know.
When you mention it and identified, I'm just seeing a note I wrote myself from one of our listeners. I think it was the Bordentown guy, whoever's Polish. Tell Dan that Lech Wałęsa will be in Philadelphia in October. Now, probably don't a lot of people listening don't even know who he is, but he is a hero. I mean, Lech Walesa is the guy who led the Gdansk shipyard protests against the Soviet Union.
I love that he thinks I would know that. I'd be excited.
Well, it just shows you how you're in talk radio. You ought to know. Should Dan know who Lech Walesa is? And I'd say yes, because as a result of that triggered or was a sign, whichever you want, of the greatest accomplishment, I would argue, by a U.S. president, at least in our lifetimes. And I know, you want to argue about Trump. That's fine. You're not going to beat Ronald Reagan in bringing down the Soviet Union. I don't see how that can be beaten. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Whatever Trump does, that's an accomplishment you can't top.
So you're saying I could have met Lech Walesa?
Lech Walesa is coming to Philadelphia in October. I want to get him in studio. Now, there's a guy with a mustache, and I want to get him in studio.
Wow, he does have quite the stash.
Yes. Yeah. He helped to bring down the Soviet Union. All right.
That's a great stash. I might have to take that. My uncle had a similar one. He was a Polish guy. I wonder if that's like a Polish thing.
I think there's a little bit. Can you imagine?
It's kind of like a handlebar mustache with more of an angle almost.
Make sure Dan knows fellow Pole coming to town. So over in Port Richmond and Bridesburg, they're going to be putting out the pierogies. All right, 855.
YouTube alert, youtube.com/@12WPHT. If you want to see that bowl cut that might become popular again, Nathan Fillion. It's up there on a picture right now.
All right, so we got some SCOTUS cases. We got some Supreme Court cases. We have the side question you can get in. Fred Herren will be here at 2 today. I'll give you the details on that coming up. Here's a pedophile, alleged illegal alien, and he's brought back to Bucks County because of Fred Herren. What are they doing over in Montgomery and Delaware County? Come on, Jack Stolzheimer. And Chester County. They're not going to do anything like this. Fred Herren is one of our honorees at Mulligan's. You want to come out and shake his hand? We'll give him his award, and he'll be part of the big show along with Linda Kearns, who's also an honoree. Here's how you get in. 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210.
Putting on the Ritz. Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
We have Rennie Campbell in studio with us this morning. Rennie was a drill sergeant. What is that like to just whip everybody into shape and tell a bunch of dudes how to handle their business?
It's crazy because some of my trainees were a lot older than me. They were like 2 times my age. They had like 3 kids, and here I am.
Kale, as a drill instructor, maybe she can help us train for the bike ride.
Yeah, can you whip Greg and I into shape in the next 5.5 weeks? If you still have that in your system.
I think I do. Yeah, let's do it.
Awesome. I love it.
Great stuff, Rennie. Thank you so much, and thank you for being a great patriot. Our Veteran Spotlight brought to you by Window Nation. For all your window and door needs, visit windownation.com.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at Hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/radio. That's Hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Just wanted to touch base again. Mary with Wayne Realty Corp here. I'm so happy some of you took me up on my offer to visit. We love talking real estate and have the expertise, knowledge, and experience to help everyone. We are your realtors for life. Take a moment to visit us at WayneRealtyPA.com. Call 610-687-5280 or feel free to pop in and have a cup of coffee.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here. Level up the fun this summer in a new Civic Hybrid sedan or hatchback from my friends at Piazza Honda. The Civic Hybrid has received the honor of being named the 2025 North American Car of the Year with an impressive 50 city, 47 highway MPG rating. The sporty Civic sedan now comes with the efficiency and excitement of hybrid performance. Visit Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield today, or browse over 200 hybrid vehicles online at piazzahonda.com.
For Governor, Jack Ciattarelli has President Trump's complete and total endorsement.
This is Jack Ciattarelli. Just like President Trump is taking on the status quo in Washington, when I'm governor, we're going to do the same in New Jersey. I'll end Murphy's Sanctuary State for illegals, stop overdevelopment in our suburbs, cap property taxes, and instead of worrying about kids' pronouns, we'll get back to teaching the basics in our schools.
Jack Ciattarelli, President Trump's only endorsed candidate for governor. Paid for by Ciattarelli for Governor Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends June 30th. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Today's side question. Hit us with that controversial or often failed fashion statement. 855-839-1210. You get on board. That coming off the famous, I always wonder, what was the problem with the zoot suit? Okay, we got some Supreme Court decisions kind of whetting our appetite a bit. I mean, these are pretty clear cut, though, and some of them are kind of minor. There's nothing here staggering on the grand front. Now, John Yoo is going to be here at 2:30 today. I love the guy, but we differ. One time I had him on, and there was a little bit going back and forth. I think Amy Coney Barrett is a miss. He was out there last week. We were trying to get him. He's coming on to talk to Supreme Court cases, making the argument that Trump ought to be grateful to the Federalist guy that he's gone after here, President Trump has, because Trump thinks Amy Coney Barrett's a miss. And I think she is. She's too much involved with John Roberts. That's a miss. Kavanaugh is like a bit of a miss, like a first-round draft pick who's just a decent player. All right, but I think we have, a lot better choices from other presidents here, and I think Gorsuch is a hit. And there are going to be some big cases coming up, is what I'm saying. You heard the stuff on Elon Musk. Now, the Fred Herren case involves a guy who is allegedly here illegally and allegedly is a pedophile. And Herren will explain it at 2 o'clock how he, through what he's engaged in with the Trump administration and his focus on this stuff, was able to protect citizens out there in Bucks County. I think the question ought to be asked of the Delaware County, of Jack, and of the guy over in Montgomery County. Well, we know Larry Krasner and Chester County. Would they have gotten the same result? Would they be doing the same thing? In other words, it's through his energies, his policies, and you know what he's signed up for, to have deputies be trained and working with ICE in a backup role, if you will. I think that's how this has happened. Otherwise, you'd still have somebody out there who could come back to Bucks County or wherever he is and attack children. Right there. I mean, how much more evidence do we need of this? These people are dug in, and they're dug in because of people living in places in Philadelphia, some of them, and in the suburbs that are insulated from day-to-day reality. But guess what? This guy was out there in Bucks County. You're not insulated. Fred Herren ought to win 90% of the vote in the upcoming election. And the DA out there, I really like Sherman. She ought to win 90% against Joe Conman, the Democrat. Larry Krasner Light. He ran against Larry Krasner the first time around. What is up in the suburbs? I mean, this case just illustrates exactly what we're talking about, of public safety. And we're honored that Fred Herren's going to go all the way to Wildwood with us and celebrate and be one of our Persons of the Year, along with Linda Kearns. And I'm thrilled. Roe has accepted to be one of the judge of elections, along with an all-star cast. Yes. Uh-oh. Is that because Roe has accepted?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, definitely, yes. Along with Lorraine Rinaldi, who wrote Gravy Wars and is thrilled to be there as the principal judge of elections. So this is going to be a stellar cast when you come into Mulligan's to cast your ballot. Think long and hard. Dan, I think the sauce side gets under 20%. That's what I'm predicting. You can vote. I'll allow you to vote. All producers and others, I'm going to vote. I was thinking of having a giant ballot like this big.
The question is, will you admit you're wrong when you lose?
Oh, so you think it's going to be a sauce vote?
Oh, it's 100% going to be a sauce vote.
Now, I was thinking as a judge of election, Johnny Z's wife ought to be a judge of election. Sadly, Johnny cannot be.
Why not?
He's the sauce guy. She's a gravy.
That's not fair. You can't stack your jury.
All right, and we still need a debate topic. What propels...
Can I get Frank Sinatra to sit down on the jury?
Frank
or
Sinatra.
Martin Scorsese's mom?
Get a hologram.
What's his name from The Godfather that calls it sauce when he makes it?
I'm not sure. Clemenza?
Yeah, Clemenza sauce.
Yeah, Clemenza doesn't count. Okay. I still don't have a topic to debate poor Linda Kearns, though. What propels people on Twitter like this woman? Don't hit me on Twitter like this. Stop this lame stuff about gravy and sauce. Is that what you're going to debate? What propels someone to let me know that follow me on Twitter? Why? What are they trying to accomplish?
I mean, the argument's compelling enough for them to want to make a tweet about it. So
I'm starting to think that the pump your own gas and all that stuff might be it for this reason. Wawa has just announced now.
Uh-oh.
Yes, they're going to come into compliance with 49 other states where you have to pay for your gas. In other words, I pull in, it's usually on Rose's side. She says to the guy, fill it up regular cash. Not going to be able to do that anymore.
Why?
Because...
You see what you've caused, Dom?
No, because...
This is your fault.
No, what's caused
it's 100% Dom.
Is we can't
turn on billboards, people.
We can't pump our own gas. So I'm starting to think about doing... You know what's going to happen? The guy's going to be reconciled. It's going to be even slower when you pull in now.
Wait, so you're telling me that you can still have it pumped at Wawa. You just got to ask for it?
You have to know the exact amount. You got to pay in advance now.
Oh, yeah, that's crap.
Right, because, the figuring and all that, I probably can come within $1 or 50 cents of it. But why do I want to have to do all that figuring? I don't know why Wawa's doing it.
There was something with crime I read about with Polaways and...
That's it.
It's really striking, though. My friend group of mostly apolitical individuals that really don't follow the news that much. One of my friends, Howie, says, new gas policy, complete trash at Wawa. No responses yet, but that's apparently going to be the topic of discussion today in the friend group.
There you go. So Wawa, some say it's a plot. Wawa's doing this to bring self-service in and get rid of gas attendants. Oh, God, the conspiracies. So maybe we will debate. Now, I know I'll have hisses and boos of these lazy people that don't want me to be able to pump my gas in Jersey. But for now, Dan, I think that might be what I debate Linda Kearns on. What do you think?
I think it's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless we come up with something just, where we differ on. We'll have to ask Linda what we differ on enough to debate it. I'm not sure.
So what was happening in New Jersey, apparently, allegedly, is at Wawa previously, you would pull into your spot to get your gas pumped, right? You say, give me $20 regular or fill up with regular.
Right.
And how it would work is the gas attendants would, I guess, run the card or first. Or no, they would say cash. This is how they would do it in cash payments particularly.
Right.
They'd say $20 cash or fill it up with cash. And then when the attendant would come back, they'd just speed away. Essentially, just getting the gas for free.
Right.
So essentially, what they're making now is that attendants have to secure the payment before they're able to pump the gas.
Right.
That way, it prevents people from just up and essentially dying and ditching, but with gas.
What's causing is we can't pump our own gas. So now there's going to be, another nice convenience taken away. Anything in the name.
How does it work with paying with cash? You have to go inside and pay first, though, before you're able to pump your own gas with cash. That's how it currently sits in Pennsylvania. You can't pay at the pump with cash.
Sure you can. In Jersey you can. They come up and you say,
No, but I'm saying when you pump your own gas. So what I'm saying is this is working towards your eventual end game. If your end game is for people to pump their own gas, because the way it works is this is how it works with pumping your own gas anyway. You have to pay beforehand.
Yeah, pay beforehand.
Or put your card in so it has your card's information before you start pumping.
So you're in the camp that thinks Wawa's doing this to get rid of paying gas
I think
attendants.
they're preparing themselves for the end game of pumping your own gas. And preventing theft in the same strike.
Gotta love Wawa. All right, this might be the topic. And look, I know it's a loser. I'm going to need some support there at Mulligan's. Can I win? Linda may be with me. She may want to pump her own gas. I'm not sure. All right, so 855-839-1210. You just jump on board. And if you'd like to be a judge of election, you can still hit me with that. Make your case. Coming up, I'll tell you about this ban that President Trump is. How's it different than the first time around, affecting a dozen countries, set to go in effect Monday? All right. First, though, let's talk about Dr. Bentz. My friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group, is just beyond ordinary dentistry. I tell you that all the time. And it starts right at the beginning, not just the execution of what you're going to do, but at the beginning, diagnosing where you are, projecting a little bit forward, and giving you choices. That's what he does. He offers the best choices so you can decide what's right for you. Now, I just completed a dental implant. After long and serious, we did other stuff that held it off for a while, but now it came to the point where this was the thing to do. And Dr. Bentz is incredibly skilled in that. The experience has been great. I'll update you as we go through it. And Dr. Bentz knows that he wants you to be that informed that you can make individual choices. I had a conversation with a listener, Joyce, who talked about her choice to go to Dr. Bentz because of listening to me. She had been to somebody else, and they said, you need denture. And she said, I am vintage, not old, just vintage. And she decided to go with Dr. Bentz and a better way with the dental implant. All this comes from talking with patients and showing you with great imaging, diagnostic skill, what your mouth looks like. So if you want great dental care, get that initial evaluation. Call Dr. Bentz now, the Bentz Dental Group at 610-272-6949. Visit Bentz, B-E-N-T-Z, dentalgroup.com, 610-272-6949.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across our multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Add some star-spangled style to your summer with Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale going on now. Shop Hot Buys for every room in your home, now just $6.99. Plus, you can save up to $1,000 store-wide. And don't miss upgrading your patio. Save up to 20% on select outdoor furniture. Or feel the freedom to buy now and pay over time with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Only at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
Looking for the confidence to walk away from the 9 to 5? Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturday evenings at 5 and Sunday mornings at 9, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard,
But when your goal is to learn a new language, Babel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles?
Comment tu t'appelles?
Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babel. Babel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babel subscription at Babel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babel.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano. A little bit more on Fred Herren and what goes on over in Bucks County. I'm looking at this from the Bucks County Sheriff's Office. This guy, Herren says, that I was telling you about, sex crime against a 14-year-old girl, shows the systemic problems, how he was able to evade for about 10 years inside the system, because the system is so corrupt, so not tracking people that are here illegally engage in this stuff. And yet through Herren's diligence, and he says a collaborative effort with New York, they were able to bring this guy back to Bucks County after that period of time. And I'm telling you, I don't know that this would have happened with all offices. It's because he's making a point of emphasis on this. So do these dummies in Bucks County want to stand with this, or do they want to stand with these two almost silly commissioners, Bob Harv, Harv DeGrasse Harvey, and Diane Morseglia? It's just the mindsets that are out there in the suburbs. Is it just unaware the news media, we're the only place you can get stuff like this? I didn't see it in the Inquirer. What would the Inquirer say about it? How is this guy able to be in the country illegally, do all kinds of things, and be evading everything? And who is it that got him through cooperation to be brought back to Bucks County? Fred Herren. It's crazy talk to see this play out and not want to do what he has signed up to do. That's one of the reasons we're honoring him. How in the world could that be that controversial? So this week, or was it just the last day or two, ICE had a big raid over in Norristown, a place that is just as downhill as you can get. I mean, the situation with the homeless there, the situation with people here illegally, and what is it? The county seat in Little Philadelphia. Now, there were rumors that they call it the Italian, what do they call it? They call it the Italian market or something. It's 9th Street is next. And you see this in Philadelphia tightening up, that ICE might want to go there. Well, they should. That's where I would tell them to go. There's a lot of people employed there illegally that are undercutting things. Expect that to happen in the very near future. So Fred Herren will be here today at 2 o'clock. And I'll ask him about this because this is a real good example. Here's the U.S. Marshals in New Jersey and Alina Haba. YouTube.com/1210WPHT. Talking about this ride-along that she had, I guess, with U.S. Marshals in New Jersey. All right, do we have that, or? Apparently a little difficult.
Here you
Okay.
go. No,
Yeah.
we have it, Dom.
Okay.
Again, it's a freaking button that I messed up last time. What's my deal today? Let me restart the clip here.
Okay, here we go.
And here you go, Dom.
Yeah.
Walking around the streets of New Jersey, and U.S. Attorney Alina Haba says, listen, this is not going to happen anymore in my home state. So she teamed up with U.S. Marshals who were going after the worst of the worst as they knocked on those doors and said, you can run, but you can't hide.
Police department with a warrant. Open the doors.
An early morning raid in Newark, New Jersey. This team out serving a warrant for a suspected Trende Aragua gang member, wanted for a string of armed robberies on New York City subways.
Come out now.
And outside that door, interim U.S. Attorney for New Jersey, Alina Haba.
We're doing multiple cases at once to make sure that we clean up as quickly as possible.
Haba and her team waiting for that main target to surrender, but he's not home. Instead, these migrants who the feds say are all in the country illegally finally come out. Where are we going now?
Now we're going to go to another Newark location to get a female who shot her partner, also gang affiliation.
This New Jersey woman arrested after investigators say she recently shot at least 2 people. A short time later, another bust in the Garden State. This guy wanted for aggravated assault nearly got away on the fire escape. What's your message to those people who think they're going to hide out from your team here in the streets of New Jersey?
Well, you can run, but you cannot hide. And I think that the message is loud and clear.
All right, I'm going to ask Jeff Van Drew about this. He's here today at 1:30, but again, it is endless. I'm also going to ask him about the FBI and Catholics. I believe he's Catholic, and he's on that subcommittee. When are we going to see justice here? When are we going to see people like Christopher Wray get the hair mussed and some of these other guys brought in? I want to see them all for hours. And why were they targeting Catholics who wanted to go to a Latin Mass? Is it the Latin? What is it? We have people running the street. You just heard that little snippet with Alina Haba, the thing I told you with Fred Herren. We have real problems. You have these maniacs bringing in the agriculture pathogen. You have the guy in Boulder and the entire family. This is where we are. You have people, I have a cut of somebody in the sports world who's Jewish saying, you're not going to take that Glock away from me. We're not going to be hunted. And yet, what's the point of emphasis? The point of emphasis is trying to block all this right here in Bucks County, Montgomery County, Delaware County. Do anything you can to aid and abet this system. All right, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless, you just push pound 1210. Now, I didn't say it, but the former policy director in the White House in this dispute with the French woman, the former communications person, said, well, the problem was she's kind of dumb. I hope this breaks loose the auto pen and Joe Biden and everything else associated with it. She's kind of dumb, as if we didn't see this. We're trying to get Peter Doocy on. Peter Doocy's got a book just of the day-to-day back and forth with Jen Psaki, circling back, if you remember, and then KGP, and they couldn't get her out of there. Why? Because of DEI. That's why. Everybody knows it. So this new book is going to be fascinating to see if this breaks loose some of this stuff. All right, let's go to the Earl of Tacony on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Earl. Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Calling in early because I'm loaded for bear. First off, with the Zoot suit uses an awful lot of fabric. The War Production Board during World War II was rationing everything. You couldn't get butter. You couldn't get gasoline. And the suit is peg-legged, and the pants go all the way up to your chest. Then you have the big floppy jacket that is like a tuxedo jacket.
Yeah, you said something there. I would say that might be the worst look. It's the Jerry Nadler look where you have the pants pulled way up and all. I think that's worse than the floppy pants coming down. What do you say?
It was started in the African American community for jazz dancers. It's a nice, comfortable, because dancing in jazz in the 30s and 40s, you need a lot of room, and you can't wear anything really tight. So that's where it pretty much came from. It's a dancing suit.
Okay, all right.
And want to congratulate Dan on being pregnant.
Wait a minute.
I'm sorry,
he didn't say that, right? I was on Newsmax.
No, don't say that.
I would have come rushing in. That is.
I didn't say that either. I'm against that, Tom.
Yeah, well, I know you are.
Okay, good.
I just wanted to make the point. Look, I've been a birth coach. Not that I'm going to pull. If Maisie needs any tips or Dan needs any tips, I'll show you. I'll show you the sign, the hold up sign at third base. But who in the world came up with that?
We're pregnant.
That men says we're pregnant. Give me a break.
I'm not dealing with the pain that she's dealing with, the inability to sleep, the morning sickness.
Yes.
But, Earl, it's really apropos, and I thank you for being the first caller to call me and congratulate on this because, my friend, we've developed such a friendship, too. So, Earl, thank you, sir. And It's got a lot ahead of me. I'm looking forward to it.
Another reason to celebrate at Mulligan's on the 20th.
If you didn't hear, Maisie, my wife, is indeed pregnant. She's doing late October. We're going to have a little girl. And thank you,
Wait a minute.
for
I didn't know it was that close. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I thought I was thinking, well, they get it in this year. Okay, there we go.
Now I know why you kept kicking me out of the studio every time I stopped by.
That's right.
Well, Earl, you said when we were recording the next thing, I said, I've been so busy recently, I can't tell you why, but I will let you know soon, and this is why, sir. So, yeah.
But I want to mention, you were asking about how to name your baby. All I ask is that you don't be creepy. Ron Howard names his children after the city in which they were conceived in.
Oh, God.
Bryce Dallas Howard was conceived in Dallas, Texas. Now,
Loser,
I'm not entirely
loser
sure.
kid. That's a loser kid, yes.
Now, I do not know where Sam Haunted Mansion at Disney World Howard was conceived. That one's kind of escaping me. So,
You know,
I don't think Deptford Borowski's going to work too well.
started all this stuff, really, and at least he had some swag or some credit. Frank Zappa started it by naming the daughter.
It was like Moon something.
Yes.
Earl, you probably know what it was.
Moon Unit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Moon
It was
Unit.
Moon Unit and Dweezil.
And that's one that really started, and it got these people going crazy. Yeah.
But my answer for today's side question, it's broad-ranging, is the thong. Starting out with, say, the bathing suit, the butt floss, moving over into underwear, started with women, and then when men started wearing the thong on the beach.
Well, that's...
Are you anti-all thong or just man thong?
Well, what man's going to complain against
Okay,
the
there we
women's
go.
thong?
I was stunned. I was going to have to overrule you there, Earl. Yeah, so the man thong, definitely. What's worse, that or the Speedo? I still think the Speedo. I can't imagine cramping in like that and doing... And, we say it, but I have almost never seen a guy in a Speedo at Jersey Shore. I know
What do you mean? Are you
the
kidding
Canadians.
me?
I don't see it.
Vacation in Cape May? It's a
not
genuine question. Have you vacationed in Cape May?
Oh, yeah. We used to go to Cape May, but we didn't go to the beaches there. The beaches are not good.
There's not a day you won't see a Frenchman in a Speedo.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
Now
coming down from Montreal.
And I think Mayor Ernie's the guy with the butts pants hanging down. He was one of them that stopped that.
Yeah, he banned it.
He banned it, yeah.
Yeah.
Noted fashionista, Mayor Ernie.
Yeah, can't do that on the boardwalk in Wildwood.
Okay. All right. 855-839-1210.
Can you do that in Italy? I'm curious.
I don't remember. I've said it too, Dan. The one disappointment in Italy, we're headed toward that, is the Italian women were not overwhelming to me.
What?
Italian women in South Philly are much more exotic to me than in Italy. I got to say it. I got to be fair.
Exotic's not the right word, though.
Yeah, they're hot. They're hot.
Okay.
South Philly, not Italy. Yeah, come on now. Got getting in there. Passyunk and Mifflin. But everything else about Italy, including Sicily, well, now we're talking something different. All that to say, Ro and I and tons of Talk Radio 1210 listeners are headed to Sicily, the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe and Sicily and Calabria this fall. We're headed to Europe again with our buddies, Conservative Tours. Nobody does it like they do. $55.44, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend because they know the places, they know the culture. Bustling Palermo, the Quattrocante, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather part of it, all three films. We cover everything. Taormina, check, the crown jewel of Sicily, the Valley of the Temples, Mount Etna, Savoca, they're all there, and we're doing it with Talk Radio 1210 listeners. That's the best part you enjoy sharing it with. Call them now, 888-733-9494.
Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Serendipity Dizzle says, thanks a lot, Nick Kale. You think Democrat Mikey Sherrill will be our next governor. If you think I'm just going to predict Republicans win every single thing because it makes you feel good, I thought the left were the snowflakes and the softies. Come on, Serendipity Dizzle. Didn't I say that the red wave wasn't going to happen when I first walked in here in October 2022? Was I right? Was my prediction enough to keep Republicans at home? Bring the same energy you do for 47 to every other election where an R is on the board, and you'll win.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Looking to unlock your savings potential? With the First Harvest Credit Union Growth Savings Account, you can earn as high as 3.2% annual percentage yield. Or check out our competitive certificate and IRA specials. Earn more with flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, prime grilling season is almost here. I can almost smell the barbecue now. National Appliance Warehouse is ready with a huge inventory of grills from top manufacturers. Today's grills are loaded with features designed to make outdoor cooking easy and fun, and the grilling experts at National Appliance Warehouse will help you navigate them all. Gas, charcoal, or electric. With so many options, it's important to choose a retailer with superior knowledge and customer service to help you select the correct one. National Appliance Warehouse is dedicated to just that. You'll find everything you need for the outdoor kitchen of your dreams, all at the lowest price available, guaranteed, thanks to Price Assure. And to make sure you're all set for that first barbecue, they'll deliver and even assemble most grills.
The Friends and Family Savings Event is underway now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on a wide selection of grills and barbecue season in style this summer. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Dom Giordano, weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in. Cristiane Amanpour is one of the worst, if not the worst, top 5 of all time of the so-called elite media. Today, she talked about the fact she travels around the world, the war correspondent, you know who I'm talking about, and yet the United States is very reminiscent to her of, wait for it, Dom, North Korea. Here is Cristiane Amanpour comparing us visiting the U.S. to North Korea.
To give this speech, and it was just a few days ago, last week, I must say I was afraid. I'm a foreigner. I don't have a green card. I'm not an American citizen. I'm fairly prominent. And I literally prepared to go to America as if I was going to North Korea. I took a burner phone, Jamie. Imagine that. I didn't take a single,
come on, Jamie,
not my mobile phone,
Jamie,
not my iPad, nothing.
Come on, Jamie.
And I had nothing on the burner phone except a few numbers.
A burner phone.
And I could text with my assistant. I had your number. I had our son's number. I had our lawyer's number, you know, the CNN lawyer. And I was really afraid. I'd even talked to the CNN security person because of this. I've heard that many, including British citizens, have been stopped at the border and questioned for hours and hours and hours. And I know that a lot of them, from anecdotal discussions with my friends, have been turned around, even parents who were coming to various universities for their kids' graduations, whether they're from any part of the world. So it was scary. Luckily, Jamie, I was welcomed. I mean, the immigration officer at Boston, where I came in, could not have been nicer. Obviously, none of this was discussed. Thanked me for what I do, bringing the stories of the world to
get that guy
to
out of there.
America and to viewers and listeners, etc. So, huge sigh of relief I breathed. But wow, I mean, can you imagine? If I'm afraid, what do others think?
Unbelievable. Jamie. Is Jamie the husband? Estranged there? Son? Can you imagine? Oh, my goodness. She has been the worst over 25 years. This is like North Korea. The excess of this. And the reason that Trump went with these 20 places is obvious. These are the places that routinely not only overstay visas, are suspect with terrorism in the country. They're not functioning governments in many instances, like Afghanistan. Of course, we want to cut down on this. We want to protect Americans. I think this is even better than the first time that he did it. What I remember the first time when he did it, seemed like it was on a Sunday morning. He must have done it Saturday night, Dan, curtailing from 5 Muslim countries because of terrorism. Helen Gim at the airport, in a scrum. The bullhorn lady seemed like she had multiple bullhorns. Bob Casey rushed to the airport protesting in a tuxedo. Bob Casey Jr. Trump do it again. It kills him every. Of course, they're claiming he's doing it to distract from bad news. That's why. No, the bad news is terrorism in this country. We are not going to take it. We're going to do our best to curtail it. All right, 855-839-1210. Coming to your calls at 1:30. We'll talk with Jeff Van Drew. Want to talk with him. Our buddy Bill Devlin just sent me a text saying, yes, this is very reminiscent, these attacks on Catholics by the FBI, of the Know Nothing Party, which was here in Philadelphia. And he mentions where you won't see stained glass like the cathedral. Dan, do you know the reason why you won't see it on lower levels and all? Because mobs would come by and they would throw bricks through.
That's terrible.
So they took Catholic men, such as me, and they would have them try to throw a brick as high up as they could, and then they would put the windows a little bit higher.
Wait, so you actually threw a brick at a church?
Well, yes. I mean, if they wanted,
terrible.
if they wanted me just to determine it in the future in case there's more know-nothings, I'd be happy to throw a brick 40 yards. All right, 855. No, they did get Catholic men. They would have a contest to see how high up you could throw it, and then they would try to put the windows higher. And the guy, Devlin, says...
Like it's still wrong, even though you're intentionally supposed to throw a brick at a church that...
Yes.
It seems...
The guy who led the Know Nothings, I didn't know this, was Samuel Morse of the Morse Code.
Really?
Yeah. Thank you, Bill Devlin. Yeah, the FBI is a modern-day Know Nothing party. Now, they're going to have to answer for this. Christopher Wray, up and down the line. Bring them in, tell them, bring lunch, put a porta potty in it, whatever you have to do. You're going to keep on testifying. All right, we'll take your calls, then Devlin, then Van Drew. And we got Fred Herren today, too. What he did out in Bucks County is a shining example of what we ought to be doing. Get in, though, that all-time most controversial... Imagine a riot starting over this sort of thing. And let's try to answer this question, Dan. Maybe you can take the first crack. What's the thing that bothers you the most? Probably if it's on a male, I would assume. A fashion statement.
I mean, is it not man bun for you?
Yeah, it is man bun. Even more than the saggy pants. The saggy pants, it's pretty bad. But the man bun thing, I just... Not that I'd say anything, but it's like, come on, buddy, you're ridiculous. Joe of Columbus. All right, Joe, we'll get you in the next hour.
Oh, he dropped off.
Yeah, he dropped off. We'll get Joe in the next hour. 855-839-1210.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Just don't do it. Just don't go another day climbing in and out of that unsafe, ugly, old bathtub. Today's the day to step into a gorgeous new shower from PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold. Just walk right in. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to tell you about a full-day event we're having on Saturday, June 14th. Not only will you learn stock options and real estate, but you'll also learn asset protection, you'll learn how life insurance really works, and so much more. To sign up for this event, go to 4mmw.com. That's the number 4mmw.com. And I'll tell you what, if you put in the coupon code WPHT, you're going to get a free ticket. That's it, 4mmw.com, coupon code WPHT.
I think it's going to happen. I think he wants to propose.
Finally. Does he know what kind of ring you want?
Well, that's where you come in. You have to tell him to go to Cozy Jewelers. I saw so many rings that I love there, but they also make custom pieces. So, if you could give him the little hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
Of course. I'll just happen to be looking at their Insta when I sit next to him later. Watching Paul's expertise and ooh and eyeing.
You're the best.
Step up to the fifth C. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. CozyJewelers.com and at Cozy Jewelers on Instagram.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
A few years ago, CTV was a buzzword. Now it's your most important channel, while your current DSP is still playing catch-up. Viant's been leading CTV from the start, delivering real results across the world's most premium streaming content, viewed by real consumers, backed by real reporting. With AI-driven optimization, people-based targeting, and inventory from the biggest names in entertainment, Viant doesn't just reach audiences, it moves them. Viant, where premium streaming meets performance. Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Oh, man. So we played you here on the Dom Show, this guy on Newsmax, where Dan, I was cut out today and even missed the baby announcement. Well, it was a 3-person panel. At least I got on for, to make my salvo. So Elon Musk has tweeted out, without me, Trump would not have won the election. Don't be afraid, you can jump into this water. Is that true? No, it's not. You could argue he wouldn't have won the popular vote, wouldn't have won as overwhelmingly, possibly. And Trump, and we'll play you the sound in a moment, talked about how disappointed he is in Elon Musk, and maybe things won't be the same. And then he actually talked about what Musk's motivation might be. He also put out the entire history of civilization. There's never been legislation that's both big and beautiful. Everyone knows this. Whether you get a big and ugly bill or not, this is Musk talking. Without me, Trump would have lost the election. Democrats would control the House, and Republicans would be 51-49 in the Senate. Look, it was fun with Elon Musk. And people were defensive before when he was solidly in the Trump camp. But I don't think I can find anybody calling in that's going to go, oh, yeah, I'm with Elon Musk on this. That's not going to get that type of support. What Trump wants in this is what's going to determine it. It's just that we have a few Republicans who oppose parts of this bill that are using Musk to grab onto to bolster themselves. All right, here is President Trump, though, talking about his relationship with Elon Musk.
A lot, but I'm very disappointed because Elon knew the inner workings of this bill better than almost anybody sitting here, better than you people. He knew everything about it. He had no problem with it. All of a sudden, he had a problem, and he only developed the problem when he found out that we're going to have to cut the EV mandate because that's billions and billions of dollars, and it really is unfair. We want to have cars of all types. Electric, we want to have electric, but we want to have a gasoline, combustion. We want to have different. We want to have hybrids. We want to have we want to be able to sell everything. And when that was cut, and Congress wanted to cut it, he became a little bit different, and I can understand that. But he knew every aspect of this bill. He knew it better than almost anybody. And he never had a problem until right after he left. And if you saw the statements he made about me, which I'm sure you can get very easily, it's very fresh on tape, he said the most beautiful things about me. And he hasn't said bad about me personally, but I'm sure that'll be next. But I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot.
Oh, boy. All right, so this is 4D chess. They're both pretending to go after each other. I don't think so. All right? Who's the constituency for Elon Musk? Well, the claim to fame would be he took X, he took Twitter, and he turned it around. It became a force now of free expression versus what it was. But other than that, Trump is going to drive this. There's no doubt about it in my mind. And this is a ticklish subject, and we have Jeff Van Drew coming up, and I can tell the last time it was ticklish with him. They don't want to take on Medicaid. I can't be any blunter, and I get it. They're afraid. They're sensitive. Trump particularly is driving that. We should take on Medicaid here. You have able-bodied men who are not working. They're overly sensitive about this. Hawley, the phony from Missouri, is leading the charge. They're afraid the media will kill them on this. Medicaid has become, as Democrats and progressives do, they made Social Security, Medicare, the third rail. You cannot go after anything there. You can't say anything. Now, Medicaid, I'm convinced, is pretty much right there, and President Trump is driving some of this. Well, a lot of these Republicans, rightfully so, don't like it, but they are sucking it up, and I hear you because you got to get this done. It does a lot of things that are tremendous, but there are difficulties with it. With Musk, I think a lot of it is he's looking at his own interest here, and Trump just mentioned it, the EV. Now, you had to know two titans like this, it would come to this at some point. It's not surprising, but they are pushing back on Musk. I told you one yesterday, a friend, Sergio Gore, the head of employment at the White House. They pushed not to pick a guy. He wanted for NASA as he was leaving, and apparently that's caused trouble. Does Musk go back over to the Democrat side? Can they fold him in there? It's an interesting dynamic, what's going on here. But in the end, I don't think that he has the sway to do too much on this bill. It's going to come down to a few senators and how do they look at it themselves politically, and what can Trump do to get them over the finish line. But then when it goes back to the House, we could go through in the resolution another whole group of things. So you might see some defection at that point. I would say this tells me even more. It's got to be done by July 4th. If you let them dither through the summer with this, it could be a debacle. All right, so 855-839-1210. Trump would have won the election with or without Elon Musk.
I have a Speaker Johnson who addressed Elon if you want.
Oh, yeah. Now, this guy is the guy that I see as a weasel. Sorry, Fisher-Pine. Leslie, we've given you enough time here. Mike Johnson. Here's Mike Johnson, and he usually says, my friend Elon. I can imagine what Musk says about Mike Johnson. Here's Elon Musk.
No, this is Mike Johnson on Elon Musk.
Yeah, on Elon Musk, right.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to get into details for personal conversations, but yes, I'm going.
You spoke with this morning?
No, I'm going to call Elon right now.
Could I ask you, so I mean, based on this White House meeting, they have problems with some of the tax and tips, the overtime, salt, IRA. I mean, Who's that? The Senate. I mean, it seems like you guys are farther apart than you would like to be. Certainly than you would like.
Things are not always what they seem. Okay, there's very fruitful conversations going on between senators in the White House, and between all of us. So I'm just as optimistic as I've been from the beginning. I'm convinced we're going to meet this deadline that we've stated to get at the president's desk by Independence Day. And there's a lot of work going on around the clock for that.
All right, so he's going to call Elon Musk. That's the headline from this. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is push pound 1210, and we'll get you in. I know this is messy, but I think everybody, either because they see it as useful to them politically or they don't see the world as it is, they're overvaluing the importance of Elon Musk here in doing anything in this. Trump is still the power. He's still the president, not Elon Musk. Now, Musk may continue to ratchet this stuff up. It doesn't matter, though. That's not going to sway these people. What's going to sway them is politics, the inside game. I'm talking to the senators. Are they afraid of primaries, Trump? Do they have something they want? That's always what does it. And it's not Elon Musk. Trump would have won the election without Elon Musk. Winning the popular vote, doing some of those. Musk wasn't the guy that I think had the young man appeal. It was the bro tour that Trump did with all those influencers and all. More than Musk. So let's not rewrite history. The money, that helped. You can never get enough money. You have billions, and I would say, give me another billion to spend. But I don't think that was definitive. All right, you got the side question, too. Let's go to Paul in Deptford on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Paul, good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon, Dom. On the TROs that are going nationwide with a district court,
yes,
the Trump administration should shop around for an appeals court in a whole different district, the Louisiana district as opposed to the Philly district for the appeals, because if they make it nationwide, why can't the Trump people go anywhere and find a
they are doing that,
court?
but they are doing that, but it takes time. It's a stall ball, you know what I mean? Then another one pops up and another angle to it, Paul. They're trying to run out the clock. No, they're immediately going to the Supreme Court, district courts, appeals courts. They have armies of people out there doing it. It's just, it takes a lot of time to do this.
But changing the districts, doesn't that cause a constitutional issue with the Supreme Court where they say we got to intervene on this right now?
Look, the Supreme Court is not in the real world, Paul. If the Supreme Court were, if you saw the decisions come down today, they're pretty puny, some of them. By that I mean the subject matter. I want them to do what you and I are talking about. Don't take the summer off. You got to resolve this. This issue cuts to the core of the entire mechanism of government, particularly with Trump. Are we going to let some flimsy judge, like the guy here in Pennsylvania, say that Trump has to allow in federal prisons the nonsense around transgender gender affirming and all? Or are we going to say, no, that's not your purview. You can't restrain the executive in that manner. And yet, Paul, they dither.
Right.
But you're on to something here. I mean, I see they said LabCorp, the class action suit can be long. These things are somewhat important, but what you're bringing up is the most important thing of all. We can't function if they're going to be able to do this.
Right.
What's your answer to the side?
Side is a jacket, suits that don't fit well on a guy. Shoulders got to be right. The collar's got to be tight on the jacket. Got to show a little white on the cuffs. The guy's got to be dressed up. He can't be having something that's just ill fitting. Get it tailored. Get it fixed up.
All right, I like that one. Rose on me all the time with that.
I never really bought into it until I started wearing, slim fit and more better fitting suits. And it's definitely a difference.
That green suit, I think you ought to wear to Mulligan's this time. Yeah.
Some of my daddy weight.
I make sure that bro is the most, Dan. If there's the slightest wrinkle, I took this out of like cellophane today. Is that a wrinkle I see there in this shirt? Can't get out the door. One wrinkle. Let me iron it.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm the opposite.
All
I
right.
apologize.
All right. We have
3 wrinkles. It's okay. It's going to get wrinkled anyway. So
we have Stephen Miller coming up. Charlie Kirk show stressing the importance of the big, beautiful bill. Okay. He's the most Look, we know the importance of it. How much of this can we stop that's on the bad side? For example, Nothing, you can't interfere, no state level on AI for the next 10 years. I get it. We don't want every state in the world wrecking AI as we try to move forward, but I'm suspect of it, and I don't trust the federal government just blithely going forward. Paul made a great point, though. Supreme Court's got to rule on this. They got to set the ground rules on these district judges. 855-839-1210.
Friday morning, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's Piazza Pet is back. We're teaming up with the Piazza Auto Group to support the Brandywine Valley SPCA. Join us for a live broadcast at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, part of the Piazza Premium Automobiles family. Kale and Company will be there from 6 to 10 a.m. Come by for coffee, donuts, and bring your pup for a pic in our fun doggy photo booth. Then 10 till noon, Dawn Stensland has adoptable dogs on site, thanks to the Brandywine Valley SPCA. Friday morning with Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
Parks Racing and the Pennsylvania Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association invite you and your family to Barks at Parks Belmont Stakes Day this Saturday at Parks Racing. Enjoy live thoroughbred racing and watch the Belmont Stakes at Parks. Free family fun from 1 to 5 in the Picnic Grove with moonbounce, face painters, food and beverage specials. Plus, you can watch the Basset Hound races in between thoroughbred races to benefit the Tri-State Basset Hound Rescue. It's all happening this Saturday at Parks Racing in Ben Salem. Doors open at 10, first post 12:05. Details at parksracing.com. Must be 18 to wager at Parks Racing, 21 for casino gambling. Gambling problem 1-800-GAMBLER.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start June 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hey, Royers Ford, remember to tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
It's Dom time. Welcome in, everyone. Smart move, what the Trump administration is doing with Colombia now. Now, whether it'll work, this is really at the core of it, is taking away their accreditation, meaning, hey, you're not a university, you're not a college anymore. And I've talked about this before. There's a small group that does this accrediting, and they artificially try to keep low-cost colleges out of the market. They won't give them accreditation. They may come up with all these things. I mean, in this day and age, do you really need a library of 50,000 books, something like that? I don't think so. So I hope that gets exposed a little bit, but this is a way to really fire a shot across the bow of Columbia. Harvard, though, thinks they're well-heeled enough they're going to fight this out. Okay, we'll see. That was a great call from the Paul from Deptford, though. Supreme Court has to get involved on this sooner rather than later. These district judges, again, one after another, running out the clock. They're not the third branch of government. The Supreme Court is, not the district court. The Musk-Trump thing, though, is a bit overvalued, meaning with all the money in the world, all the name recognition with Elon Musk, he's not going to drive this. Trump is. And the only thing I see that's dangerous here is, all right, the Senate comes up with an agreement. They send it back to the House, let's say in about 10 days. How will that play out as far as getting the House to agree to have a resolution there? Let me go to Gary in Newtown on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Gary. Welcome in. Yo, Gary. Gary.
The past couple of times this was happening.
Yeah. I want to hear about the Musk thing. Don't be afraid. Oh, my God, we can't talk about that. Why are we talking about that? That Musk and Trump are going back and forth here. I just think it's being overvalued. Musk money is what drove this. I don't even think the star power of Musk there with young men, that's what drove them out. Dan, I'll ask you, we've talked about this. Wasn't it more the bro tour that he did that reached people? And Rogan. What's Musk have to do? Are young men go, oh, I want to be like Elon? I don't think so. They're the ones that Trump courted. And remember, Kamala Harris, probably a good move by her, wouldn't do Joe Rogan. Probably a good move because she wouldn't be able to handle it. I mean, she couldn't run away. Did Trump do 3 hours? I know it seemed to be pretty extensive with Rogan. And that's a lot where it could come from anywhere at any time. And the bottom line is that really helped him to get these reluctant voters out. They were vaguely in agreement with this. They've left the Democrat Party. But Musk, no, I don't see it. Joe in Columbus, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Good afternoon, Dom.
Afternoon.
Dom, I wonder if Trump's going to ask for that key to the White House back from Elon.
And, it was a pretty chintzy gift, the key to the White House. I don't know, it was solid platinum. Or what do you give the richest man in the world? You know what I mean?
Well, give him the White House. I mean, Trump should change the door locks, I guess, now at this point.
Yeah.
Dom, I think I don't know if you took my side question off the board or not, but mine comes with a really, really dicey, funny story. My kids, especially my boys, were always taught to dress very conservatively and very reserved. So when they were younger, I was taking my one son around the shopping, the supermarket, and we turn on this one aisle, and he has one of those pointed, exasperated, out of breath reactions, like he was robbed of his breath. Look, Dad, look. And he goes, I see his, and right before he said butt crack, I put my hand over his mouth.
Right.
And as we walked by, he couldn't resist. Now, my kid's 21 years old, my youngest, but this is when he was like 4 years old. We get right up to the guy, and he says, Dad, how does this man walk? And it was that look that you've been referring to, the pants to the ground, where it just didn't show the underwear, but it showed a nice portion of the butt crack.
No, I didn't take it off the board. I was just making the point, if I had to choose between that and the Nadler look of taking your pants all the way up to just under your chest, I might even go with the butt crack look over the Nadler look.
It almost caused a scene in this supermarket, Dom.
Oh, yeah, it is. And we haven't seen it in a little while. Wildwood still has it banned, so we'll see if we see it this summer. That's a good one, Joe.
It was so good they had to make a song about it.
Absolutely. All right, thank you, Joe.
Do you remember that? It was an American Idol thing.
Yeah, well, it used to
General
be.
Larry Platt came out
Yeah,
and did
it was a big deal. Ocean City, Maryland really went after it. We had them on, and they were crucified for it. But the Nadler look with the pulling the pants up, the thing is. All right, any good ones on Twitter at Dom Show at 1210?
I haven't been looking much.
At Dom Show 1210?
Yeah.
All right. We'll give you a
let me
few
see
more.
if
And it doesn't have to be just clothing. It could be something a little bit more, but the hairstyles, things of that nature, something. I'm not a big fan of the sunglasses on the top of your head all the time.
I do it sometimes. How about the sunglasses around the neck, on the collar?
That might even be worse.
Really?
Looks like you're going to play canasta or something with the sunglasses. I'm not sure about that one, All right, 855-839-1210. You get in. You get a line. So we have Musk and Trump, and we have Jeff Van Drew coming up. But Van Drew has that subcommittee in the judiciary. I'm going to ask him about the FBI. Are we ever going to get to the bottom of this with Catholics? Why is Elon Musk? He's very suspect on this because of the EV stuff. He feels dissed, etc. And he says, well, you wouldn't have won unless you had Elon Musk. I don't believe that at all. It's just not true. Did add a lot of money to it. That always helps. He would have beaten Kamala Harris, though. I mean, it's an obvious thing that you have to face here. With this big, beautiful bill, though, there is so much in there to object to. The upside, though, keeping the tax cuts, some of the other reforms there. I have a list of the top 50 things in this bill, and I'm just waiting to pounce if these Republican senators take the school choice part out of it. It's going to be warfare. But they are very afraid of Medicaid, that they don't want to be seen as insensitive. And Trump particularly is driving that. I think Medicaid is out of control. Everybody knows it. You can sensitively take people out of that or at least make them work. All right, let's go to Phil in Delaware. Phil, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Phil.
Hey, good afternoon.
Thanks, Phil.
A few things. One is Shapiro, like you've been saying, has been dodging the connection of anti-Semitic with the bombing of his residence.
Absolutely.
On Channel 10 the other night, they listed like 4 anti-Semitic events in the past couple months, and they made sure to stress Shapiro's bombing. So I think at some point, I don't think he's going to be able to dance around it.
Well, I would tell you 2 things, Phil. He will somewhat because that's his whole persona. And 2, large scales of the media, particularly here in Philadelphia, they just love this guy. I'm on some of the conversations. They love this guy beyond belief. They'll do anything to cover for him. And this is as outrageous as it gets. It's very clear why this guy did it. You're exactly right. So we'll see.
Well, it's interesting. The Jewish vote goes to him, but I'm Jewish, and there's nothing that I can't see through him and see the reasons for why he does what he does. I wouldn't vote for him.
I hear you. Phil, what's your fashion misstatement?
Well, my thing is the striped bell bottoms.
Striped.
I remember having a couple pairs as a kid in the early 60s, and the stripes, I can't even think about, wearing them anymore.
Thank you, Phil. Well, I had a pair that were orange.
Oh, no.
I wish I had a picture of that.
Sounds terrible.
I am definitely going to clean my closet and bring everything to Mulligan's this time, bro. Polish that chain up. I got to wear it to Mulligan's.
We should have a Dom Giordano tag sale.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
Honestly, it's not terrible. If you need to get rid of some stuff, bring it in, put a tag on it, maybe we can sell some things.
Yeah, we can sell some things.
What we should have done with the Barca Lounge.
Oh, yes. I would have crated it down to Mulligan's myself. It's so important to make sure that our families have the essentials, food, shelter, and, of course, pure, clean drinking water. There's a lot of news about drinking water these days, most of it not good. Do what I did and count on Martin Water Conditioning to secure your family's drinking water. The Connecticut system removes all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap is crystal clear, all natural water, not only the best tasting water ever, it provides peace of mind knowing that your family's water is pure and clean. The Martin Water Conditioning family is passionate about water. They'll put their 46 years of experience to work for you. Their customer service, attention to detail, just fantastic. They'll come out to your home, test your water, and recommend solutions that make sense for you. They love showing you taking the impurities out. Our guy, Dwayne, is coming routine maintenance with him, and every time we meet him, he is just immaculate and really on top of helping you find solutions. Click on martinwater.com or call 800-887-7555. Tell them Dom G sent you, 800-887-7555.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Your roof isn't just shingles and nails, it's an investment in your home's future. Hi, this is Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. At Emmons, we use and install only top-tier roofing and siding materials that help boost your home's curb appeal and help your home's resale value. As you know, the most expensive project is the one you have to do twice, so get the job done right the first time with Emmons. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, navigation. Take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
At KiaofCherryHill.com, choose from over 450 new Kias, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. It's always a good day when we can bring you Congressman Jeff Van Drew, but particularly with all that's going on in the Congress. And we've talked with him before. He heads up this subcommittee that's very powerful inside the Judiciary Committee. The FBI and the Grassley papers coming out, how widespread their attacks on traditional Latin Mass Catholics were through the FBI. Let's go to the Congressman on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Congressman, welcome back.
It's good to be with you. How are you?
Very well. So you and I have talked a little bit about this before and trying to get to the bottom of it. It's now even more apparent. The FBI and this problem with Catholics and using the Southern Poverty Law Center, which makes a lot of money but is very corrupt, to be the arbiter of calling people violent threats.
Well, one of the things that the FBI, this past FBI, their leadership, and again, not all their agents, not the retired people, not most of them actually, but the people that were in charge in the Biden administration were doing awful things. And let's just review, you and I have spoken about this. We've had hearings. We dug into it in my subcommittee. The full committee of Judiciary also dug into this in the past, and we revealed a lot of this. Let's just talk about a few areas. One, traditional Catholic churches. So as crazy as it sounds, when I tell people this, they'll say to me, Jeff, come on, you're making this up, but I'm not. They were sending undercover agents in. They had a plan out of the Virginia field office to send undercover agents into traditional Catholic churches, connect with the people that were in the choir, some of the people that were altar servers, anybody that they could, for whatever reason, to investigate and go after traditional Roman Catholics for domestic terrorism. But we've seen this before. They were tracking people that were using their credit cards and buying, Bibles, that were buying religious books. Every morning, believe me, I need it. I get up, I read some passages from the Bible. It's good for me. It keeps me focused, keeps me on track. So it's not beyond me. I do buy some religious books sometimes. I guess that makes me a domestic terrorist. I don't know. I mean, are we going after older ladies that are doing their rosary in church on their knees? I don't get it. It was bizarre. It was perverse. It was distorted. It was wrong, and it was using your taxpayer money. The next one that was very interesting was going after school boards, and particularly people that were appearing as school boards. Dom, you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
They had a different opinion. They didn't want their kids to be told, going into detail about sexual positions and everything else in school. That's not the job of school. You should be learning all the basics and computers, math, et cetera, history, civics. But they were doing all this stuff, so they were voicing their opinions loudly. They were being investigated. And then just one other level. I could go on and on, but the third one I'll give you is FISA, and we're not done with this yet. So this is a tool that's used to go after terrorists, international terrorists. There was a reason for it. It has been grossly misused to go after people. By the way, what is it? It means they can go into your personal history, your lifestyle, your banking habits, your personal habits in detail at every level, if you get what I'm saying. They can go into all of it, or they did go into all of it, misused it not a few times, millions of times, went after their own boyfriends and girlfriends and husbands and wives sometimes. You couldn't make it up. It was a loss of freedom. It's awful. So you're going to hear more. It was scary. We were about to lose our country.
Absolutely. We're going to hear more, too, about the auto pen. And I think the thing with the Biden administration, Congressman, Karine Jean-Pierre, now with the new book, and they're firing back at her, hopefully that will break loose who actually was running the country. What can you tell us, and how soon? I think the doctor is going to be subpoenaed if necessary. How soon does this happen, do you think?
I think you're going to see a lot of activity in the next 6 months, but ongoing for the next year or more, just as more and more of this is unveiled. Like, I didn't know about Karine Jean-Pierre. I didn't know she was going to do that. I knew I'd heard, just inside here in Washington that she wasn't happy, but didn't know any of this. So I think she's going to reveal a lot. What's the hypocrisy of it is what gets me. So just follow me with this. When Elon Musk was, had his electric cars and was not involved in politics, he was the greatest thing going. The Democrats loved him. They loved him, the Democrats. He gets involved with Republicans, and then he's just god-awful. Jean-Claude Pierre is the best press secretary almost ever, doing an unbelievably good job according to the Democrats. It was wonderful. Now she was woefully inadequate, and she was horrible. Well, I got to tell you, I don't know that she was the best that ever was, but, man, she had a hell of a hard job trying to say that. Seriously, I mean, what do you call that, putting lipstick on a pig? I mean, oh, man.
Well,
you couldn't pay me enough to have the job to be the press secretary under Joe Biden.
What can you tell us on the big, beautiful bill? Of course, you know by now, it's regrettable, but I don't see Elon Musk. It's the president who will drive this bill, not whatever Elon Musk says. What are we hearing, or what are you hearing, the Senate? What's the bone of contention with them that has to break to send it back to you guys to resolve it, get it done by July 4th?
Well, there are pieces. Let me just say this about Elon Musk as well. Look, very bright guy. I respect what he did in business. Appreciate when they were getting along, what he did for President Trump, et cetera. Some of his ideas are good. He doesn't. This is the reality. Whether people like it or not, government and politics is not just like a business. It's not. I wish it was more, and we're trying to make it a little bit more business-like. I ran a business for over 30 years. I was a dentist. I know what a business is like. Government is not that. There's so many other factors involved. Here's the deal. Is the bill perfect? No. I actually think the big, beautiful bill is quite good, though. There's little pieces like I wanted Social Security, and there are no taxes on Social Security, the parliamentarian, and some other BS. You can't do it in a reconciliation bill. I don't know who elected, by the way. I'm sidetracking, but this is important. We've always got to deal with the parliamentarians. Did you vote for a parliamentarian?
Yeah, this is all the Senate stuff, which is kind of antiquated. You're right. Yeah, well, maybe you can talk. The CBO, as I understand it, and I'm very friendly with Scott Jennings, and he tells me, look, the Republican running it now is an anti-Trumper, so they are always going to project going forward something negative, that we'll have trillions of dollars in debt, and their estimations are very political.
Very political and not even accurate. Right. I mean, for God's sake, I just wish, whether it was in education or government or whatever, people would just do their job. There's a place for politics, and I'm deeply embedded in it, but there's a place that it shouldn't be as well. So the CBO is making their estimates based. For example, let's just talk about one area, Medicaid. They are assuming that not one, when they make their estimate with Medicaid and the number of people cut and what's going to happen and how much is cut, they're assuming that not one person is going to abide by work requirements. Understand how easy the work requirements are. You can volunteer. You can take online courses to further your education, get your high school degree or your college degree, or you can just work 4 or 5 hours a day, not even 5, 4 hours a day, and you can work out there's so many ways that you can comply with the work requirements. They really aren't hard at all. It's just trying to get people to better themselves and not rely on Medicaid forever. Some people that are able-bodied. If you're not able-bodied, none of it applies to you. So they're assuming, believe it or not, that every single person who receives it, that able-bodied, will be off of it because of the work requirements. That's just not accurate. They're still going to want to get their benefit, and the work requirements are easy enough that actually the very vast majority are going to comply with the requirements. That's just one example of it.
That's a big one. I mean, that takes away a lot of the issues involved with this. So what's next for you? What else should we know about in the Congress, either your committee or the broader Congress, that we're going to see that's going to be newsworthy?
Well, we've seen again, and we have to keep talking about it over and over because it keeps happening over and over, that we have real domestic terrorism, not Catholic nuns, not people praying in church, but real domestic terrorism, which is what's going on and we see happening to our Jewish brethren. So we see what happened in Washington, D.C., by the way, about a block and a half from me. How horrible that was. There were police agents everywhere, literally a block and a half from, I have a little tiny studio apartment I live in D.C. where I lay my head at night and just, take my shower, et cetera, right down the block. A beautiful young couple shot and killed when they left the Jewish Museum. We saw that. And then we saw what happened in Colorado with the guy making a flamethrower and throwing Molotov cocktails and, over a dozen people injured, some of them much older. How god-awful is that? And that person who perpetrated the crime in Colorado, guess what? We keep hearing from the left that all the illegals are good, nothing to see there, no real criminals. He was illegal. Another crime committed by another illegal. So our next hearing, I haven't told anybody this yet, but we're going to have it later on this month, is going to be on anti-Semitism again, because we've got to root it out. We've got to stamp it down. And it's also going to be illegals that are involved in it. Some of these pro-Palestinian, pro-Hamas, pro-Hezbollah groups that are doing bad things. Let's call it what it is. It's wrong, and we've got to fight it. So we're going to dig into that in our next meeting.
Well, I am certainly commend that. And, wouldn't you think if you're here illegally, you'd be on the down low? You wouldn't be also like this guy wanting to terrorize people. But it's emboldened. It's happened before Trump that people they're not undercover. They're not living their lives. They're bold because of the Democrat Party to say, I'm here illegally and I will be a domestic terrorist, or I'll be agitating at least. You're on the radar screen then, you would think.
Absolutely. But you know what? You're right. Number one, they're emboldened. They got away with it. They could do almost anything they want. For God's sake, Don, we've got United States senators in the Democratic Party and others that were going to try to bring back criminals to the United States of America. They were going to El Salvador, with a sympathetic ear, using your tax dollars, Dom. Everybody keep working hard who's listening to this, using your tax dollars to fly over there to bring these bastards back to America. Come on.
Absolutely.
What are we doing?
Congressman,
Cut it out.
Thank you as always. Thanks very much for squeezing us in today. Appreciate it very much.
Always appreciate you. Keep up the good work. Take care. Talk to you soon.
Congressman Jeff Van Drew, 855-839-1210. Coming to your calls next at 2 o'clock. Fred Herren, one of our honorees at Mulligan's on the 20th. Because just this story today of bringing back a guy who had gone through the system here. He had been in the country illegally forever, wanted for assault, sexual assault, 14-year-old, etc. It's only through the efforts of Herren that he's back in jail, or coming back, I'm not sure which, to Bucks County. It's systemic. You need a guy who makes this a priority. Does Bucks County want that and recognize that? Or do they want people that say, no, you're here illegally, that's no problem? 855-839-1210, you can get in. Hey, big news. Rescue Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock in prices. That's right, the supplements you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. They're offering a massive 33% off on an already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use the code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order and rescue single bottles. To order, call a rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. That's res-q.com. Either way, feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Again, use that code WELLNESS, 33% off any single bottle. That code is WELLNESS, 33% off on top of 2010 rollback prices. Get healthy. Get saving at res-q.com. Do it today.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
Here's the hard truth. Every 6 years, your dollar loses half its buying power. That means a $100,000 savings account today could feel like $50,000 by 2031. And you see it every time you fill up your tank, buy groceries, or pay the bills. Prices are up. Your dollar is down. But there's a simple way to protect the value of your savings with something real, something proven. Gold, an asset that holds its value over time. That's why I trust Noble Gold Investments. They make it simple to protect your savings weddings with physical gold or silver. No high-pressure sales, no call centers. Just honest guidance, one-on-one support, and transparent pricing. And right now, when you open a qualified account, Noble Gold will send you a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar as a thank you. Head to noblegoldinvestments.com today to learn more. That's noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Summer's coolest mattress deals are going on now at Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. This summer, save up to $1,000 on select mattresses. And say goodbye to hot sleep and save up to $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze collection. Plus, feel the freedom to snooze now and pay later with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Better sleep starts at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
At California Psychics, we know some people can't read the career warning signs, like your boss still not knowing your name.
You, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
So talk to California Psychics and receive the career guidance you need. We only connect you with the very best, so guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. Fred Herren coming up at 2 o'clock. Dan, a little, since we're talking fashion, faux pas, controversies coming off the Zoot Suit anniversary. I've been invited to our mutual friend to the yacht club when we're down at the shore. What's the appropriate attire for the yacht club? Do I have to get a captain's hat?
No, I think that's an appropriate place to wear, maybe a polo, maybe a pastel polo with khaki shorts, a brown belt. Maybe
no, the khaki shorts.
Tuck that nice polo into those khaki shorts and maybe grab a pair of boat shoes, Sperry's.
Oh, I have the boat shoes.
You have the boat shoes? Yeah. So I think a polo tucked into khaki shorts, right, is good for a yacht club.
I was going to wear the suit and tie.
Really?
Yes.
I don't know if that's a suit and tie. Maybe you got to think the people that are there on a regular. You got to act like you've been there, right? You got to act like you belong.
Well, it's Stone Harbor though, so
that's true.
That's true. It's.
I mean, I could text our mutual friend if you want.
Yeah,
me to.
you can ask what the attire. Tell him we're having some fun with it. Yeah, what's the dress code? He'll be at Mulligan's, but this is before Mulligan's.
It's Dave, right?
Yes.
Okay. Just
yeah. Who else is in the yacht?
Oh, I didn't know if you're going with like the mayor or something.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
The other thing is, speaking of Stone Harbor, I have not been able to ascertain, are they still going after people? When you go to Stone Harbor, be very careful. They've gone nuts with writing parking tickets. I mean, they went crazy with this over the last couple of years. We've had to call them out. And it's a great spot, 96th Street there. I mean, it's fashionable to stop. What? You got an answer already?
No, just the randomness of Dave just receiving the text. What's the dress code at the Stone Harbor Yacht Club?
Well,
like what the heck are you guys talking about?
It proves that talk radio, spontaneous. I was just walking down the hallway and it occurred to me it'd be a fun thing to ask. We're ready for this. We got a lot of stuff planned. I do have a captain's hat at home.
Do you?
Yes.
I have one you can borrow.
Okay. Doesn't everybody have a captain's hat?
Yeah.
So
Sean, you got a captain's hat sitting at home, right?
Do you have one, Sean?
Something like that.
Yeah. It must be that every male has to have a captain's hat.
Yeah, at one point.
Now, I know with women, and it might be tomorrow, my answer, we're probably, and this is a great spinoff aside from you, one of these days is National Egg Day, and rather than just talking egg dishes, it wouldn't be that, how versatile the egg is, that you can use it for anything. And it's down 61% since Trump took office. Yeah, you came up with this. So versatility.
I was trying to play the part of that.
Yeah, something that's versatile. And my number one answer is the little black dress. Every woman has to have the little black dress. There's nothing like the little black dress.
Yeah,
there's versatile. No other fashion statement. That is a killer no matter what. If it's it fits.
I did get a response.
What did he say?
Apropos of Dave, he says, casual polo with a collar. So it seems I was right. But then he follows it up instantly with another text saying, you'd be kept out.
It's got to be a collared shirt, though,
I think between the lines, he thinks I'm asking to get into the yacht club. And
okay, yeah. What It has to
collared shirt. Yeah.
Yeah, collared shirt. There
How
you
about
go.
khaki shorts? They work.
And I'm not a guy that likes to wear. I can wear these dude shoes without socks.
I don't know if dude shoes work. No,
How do those guys wear those loafers without socks? Doesn't it rub your feet and all? I mean,
Yeah,
I
it's
don't get
bad.
it.
Yeah. No, you got to wear Sperry's. You can't wear Hey Dudes, something like this.
No, you can't wear that? No.
I don't think so.
Oh.
He says khaki shorts do work.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
I don't know if I have any khaki shorts. I have to.
Really?
Yeah.
How do you not have a pair of khaki shorts?
Well, let me go to Xenos because I don't think this is a good look.
Xenos has no khaki shorts
But
either.
Roe does. Roe loves this, and I don't know why. So Xenos in Upper Darby. All right, Xenos, what's that fashion controversy for you?
The one, Dom, that I don't like too much are them cargo pants.
I
Them cargo
agree.
shorts, they go down to your shin. Then what's the purpose of wearing shorts?
Well, you're kind of
Hold
like
on.
you're kind of like MacGyver.
You
know,
can't play as if you don't own cargo shorts. I've seen Dom Giordano wear cargo shorts.
I have not
think.
worn a cargo
Really?
short ever. Oh no, I think they're gassing. I agree with Xenos on this one.
Yeah, that's a bad statement. The long ones are all right. You know, the long
So
pants, that's
insulted,
cool.
I
I have them. But the short ones, nah. You know, there's an old Greek saying it's like putting a saddle on a jackass.
Promo material. Get Henry and Austin right there, Xenos.
You know what I mean? The ones I like, that is great. My dad used to use that. You know, it looks funny if you put a saddle on a little jackass, you know? To me, that's what it is. You know, I like the jean. The jean ones I have. And khaki, I do have a pair of them.
No, hold on. I gotta stop you, brother. You can't diminish. I'm not a cargo pants kind of guy, but then throw out jean shorts like that's something normal. Come on.
You know what I mean, Tom? Oh, and by the way, yesterday I tried to call, but my brother came. I mean, I did. I was on by. And, Dom, let me tell you, it is sauce.
Oh man, well, Xenos, you have
Greek
to
guy though saying it. I
Well,
think.
that's right. You have to show up at Mulligan's, so we'd love to meet you anyhow. I hope you
I
come.
would love to go one of these days because, Don, we say it the same way as Italian. It's called salsiccia. Salsiccia means sauce. Brajiolas is something else when you got meat in it. It's called brajiola.
All right, I got you. Thanks, Xenos.
Is it okay for an Italian to trust a Greek?
Apollonia, Michael did, and it worked out. She got blown up and he did, and Godfather too. It
All right,
worked.
so there's some advice for you, Dom.
Can you imagine? Now that's a promo right there. That might be a winning call today. The saddle, yeah. The Roe likes the cargo shorts. All right, Sheriff Fred Herren, who's doing great work over in Bucks, one of our honorees, is next because we got some catching up to do of this prisoner that's being brought back or is brought back to Bucks County with the other DAs. Krasner exception, we know that. Would they be able to do this? Bucks County's safer, I believe, because of this. And it illustrates how systemically messed up the immigration system is. He's next. Dom's Money Melody, too. 855-839-1210.
Donna Dern, this is my husband, George. We've been with Crash Proof since 2011.
Becoming crash proof was the best decision with our money that we've ever made. The money we earn is ours, and the interest is added to the principal. So we compound on top of that money, and there's just nothing better than watching that nest egg grow.
In a year where everyone is down, we're still constantly gaining, and it's never going back to where it started.
You let these folks help you out, grow your portfolio, and doesn't cost you a cent.
Look into Crash Proof Retirement. You won't regret it. And just like through turbulent times before, we still fist bump. And we say, yep, we're okay.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 10th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. I've got the perfect Father's Day gift for you.
tickets to see the story of Philly sports put to music. With Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra, I've seen the show. It's phenomenal. Conklin with all of his voices and songs, plus celebrity guests. It's sports. It's comedy. It's music. It's Philly.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, Friday, July 11th. And at the Ocean City Music Pier, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
We have Rennie Campbell in studio with us this morning. Rennie was a drill sergeant. What is that like to just whip everybody into shape and tell a bunch of dudes how to handle their business?
You know, it's crazy because some of my trainees were a lot older than me. They were like 2 times my age. They had like 3 kids, and here I am.
You know, Kale, as a drill instructor, maybe she can help us train for the bike ride.
Yeah, can you whip Greg and I into shape in the next 5.5 weeks? If you still have that in your system.
I think I do. Yeah, let's do it.
Awesome. I love it.
Great stuff, Rennie. Thank you so much. And thank you for being a great patriot. Our Veteran Spotlight brought to you by Window Nation. For all your window and door needs, visit windownation.com.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Okay, it is Dom time. Dom's Money Melody coming up at about 2:13. Sheriff Fred Herren, along with Linda Kearns, are our honorees this year at Mulligan's on Dom Day, which we hear people are renting hotel room blocks, at least the Apollo, for on the 20th. And quite a story that the media, other than maybe a little bit in Bucks County, has not picked up on. Lessons to learn for other sheriffs or law enforcement and DAs. And that is, if you really are collaborating well together in law enforcement, you might be able to stop what is systemic in the broken down illegal immigration system and actually make places like Bucks County safer. Let's go to Sheriff Fred Herren to kind of give you a sense of what I'm talking about. Sheriff Fred, welcome back. Great work. And doesn't this illustrate, I think you made mention in your release, systemically, how this guy, even with these horrific charges, et cetera, was able to navigate in this country for years?
Yeah, Dom, thanks for having me on again. And you're right. This is happening every day all over in the 50 states, not just in little old Bucks County. In one state, but all over the country this is happening, and people do know how to navigate the system. And this guy went unscathed for 9 years, and we all know, Dom, you know, he didn't just commit these 2 crimes and not other crimes. I'm sure. I'm just surmising it's possible, allegedly, that he may have committed some other crimes while on the run for 9 years.
Yes, and well, when you're assaulting, allegedly, I guess we have to say at this point, a 14-year-old. And the like, that's the crime that you're probably going to be doing again and again if given the opportunity.
One would think. And that's been my whole point to this whole battle, if you will. And I can't for the life of me why, you know, 2 county commissioners would be more interested in folks that are committing crimes wherever they're from. They could be from Morris, for all I care, or from Atlantis, the lost city under the ocean they could be from. I could care less where they're from. But if they're committing crimes, Don, this is my simple, theory that I've been trying to do, is stop them from committing crimes by any legal means possible. Giving them the due process. And people, are saying, oh, well, I'm not giving them due process. Well, that's just, ridiculous. I am giving them due process. Well, not me, but the courts are giving them. They're getting their due process. And why you would want to stick up for folks that are here illegally committing crimes versus our own folks that are becoming victimized, I don't get it. It keeps me up at night.
Well, Fred, talk a little bit, too, about your focus on this, amplifying this, and collaborating with law enforcement. Why did it take 9 years, and what finally triggered, I guess, in New York, to be in touch with you to bring this to a conclusion at this point?
Yeah, it's really not rocket science what happened here. He evaded law enforcement totally. And, the biggest point of this whole incident is the October of 16 case where he's arrested for domestic assault, and it's a misdemeanor crime. He's able to get out on bail, and then 2 months later, he commits the felony sexual assault of a 14-year-old. The point of this whole thing is that if we had the relationship that we have available now with the federal government in 2016, and I was the chief in the town where it happened, so there's nobody to blame. Somebody could say, well, why didn't you do it then? Because this didn't exist in 2016, this relationship opportunity. That this guy would have been deported after due process was given in 2016. He would have never made bail if there was an ICE detainer lodged against him. And that's the key here. It's preventing crime. Then a kick in the butt here is that he gets to elude police for 9 years. If it wasn't for the actions of an alert NYPD officer that made this car stop and had enough sense to identify everybody in the car, this guy popped for warrants out of Bucks County. They notified us, and we made immediate arrangements to bring him back and have him brought before a judge. He's being held on $2 million bail for one charge and no bail for another charge.
Wow.
And we'll be lodging an ICE detainer. We'll be lodging a detainer against him. So if all goes well, which I think it would be, he'll receive his due process, whatever the outcome of that, and then turned over to the federal authorities. Never to commit a crime again in the United States now that our borders are tightened up.
And Fred, you made a great point there, too. Kudos to the NYPD because, as you know, in Philadelphia, our officers are hamstrung due to the silliness of what City Council passed. They don't do car stops, or it's minimal. They just send, a ticket or something in the mail, maybe to God knows where, by the car stop. This is 9 years of this on the run, NYPD, and because you're vigilant on this, you were able to bring in a guy who is a menace. There is no doubt about it.
No doubt.
If I were running a publication like The Inquirer, I would do this story in detail. If they have somebody that's against this, I would give them their play. I'm sure you would debate them anywhere on this. How could you be against something like this?
Yeah, I'm on the winning issue here. I'm on the winning side. Anybody that's against what just happened, anybody that wants to come forward, I welcome a conversation with them. And I welcome conversations with a lot of the folks that have been on the other side of this. And they're on the other side of it, Dom, and almost everybody, I'd say 95% of the people I've talked to just have bad information. And once I explain to them what I'm doing, then they're like, oh, okay, that makes sense. The problem is here in Bucks County, I'm fighting a battle here because I've got two county commissioners that are just, are just love. They think this is going to work against me, and it's not. I've got more and more people on my side with this, and they think they're on the winning side. And you know what? I've been doing this for 39 years. The one was teaching high school, history teacher. I'm making history. He's teaching it. So that's a little bit of difference between the two of us.
Exactly.
With the one.
That's one of the reasons we're honoring you at Mulligan's, and thank you for accepting on Friday, June 20th. Fred, when you come there, too, as an officer of the court, I think Malloy might be there. I don't know about the Ben Salem police commissioner. Malloy said he might be there. We're holding an election there, and you have run for elective office. It's sauce or gravy. We have great judges of elections. My wife is one. The others are almost all Italian. So we need law enforcement, though. We're not going to be like Philadelphia. There's not going to be any stuffing of the ballot box here. You'll be able to cast your vote.
I can't wait. I'll be there. I think some people are going to come down as well.
And now that you're in the business, too, you're in the entertainment information business with your podcast, feel free to get some material from there because I'm sure people would be happy to be interviewed or give you whatever you want. I'm serious. You can bring whatever you want. How's the podcast? How many episodes? What's the latest you're doing with it?
We just dropped the 4th episode this morning. So we have 4 episodes. It's Law and Order Bucks, BUX. And I don't know how you certainly would know better than I how you measure all this, but we're getting some followers and we're getting people downloading the podcast, and I've heard some good feedback. This last one that we dropped today was with me and a guy named Dave Nieves. He's a Chester County detective. He was a Ben Salem detective. Also I'm from Brooklyn, New York. He's from the Bronx, and we're both Ben Salem cops. undercover in high schools at different times. I was in 1988. He was in 1993, I believe. And we talked about what it was like to be undercover in a high school, buying drugs from kids. And in 1988, 21 Jump Street was popular on television. So,
wait a minute, Fred. Today's side question is fashion controversies or faux pas. Do you remember in 1988, how did you dress? What did you grow your hair longer? What did you do?
I had an earring and I had a tail. You remember them? I had a tail and an earring.
Oh, no, Sheriff. You had a rat tail?
Wait a minute. Do you have pictures?
Oh, no.
Do you happen to have pictures?
I'm going to have to look now. I don't think I have any
we got to get
pictures.
them up on YouTube. If you have pictures of this, we want to see. Now, I could not, for anything, wear an earring, though. So what was it like with the earring? Did it bother you? I mean, how did you go about with the earring?
No, I had to keep moving it because the skin, I guess, closes up around it, and then it hurts to take it out. So you had to keep moving it around. It was the only time I wore an earring in my life. So it's funny because I still had the scar tissue on my left ear.
Oh,
so,
God.
It was crazy, but I wore jeans and some clothes. I was like a rocker type, and I made a lot of connections with the kids, and I wound up, unfortunately, I think it was like 24 people got arrested for dealing drugs, not using. These are just dealers.
Oh, my God.
I think I made about 68 buys in school, out of school.
What, marijuana, or what was the drug?
So I bought crack cocaine, powder cocaine, LSD. LSD was real popular. Marijuana, Quaaludes, believe it or not. It must have been the last of the Quaalude era.
I feel like this is the only guest that can openly admit that he's bought Quaaludes.
Yeah, exactly. I wore an earring, too. Yeah. Oh, my God.
Quaaludes and phencyclidine, angel dust.
Oh, God. Well, Fred,
Quaaludes they're gone. They're long gone, Quaaludes.
Yeah.
Your listeners are like, what is he talking about?
We're going to have a lot to talk about at Mulligan's. I'm so glad you're coming, that you've accepted. And so is this guy's back in jail, or is he on the way?
No, he's in jail. So,
okay.
It's very important. The victims need their day in court, Dom. So, just to deport them, a victim needs closure. So the district attorney here, she's phenomenal. She's a big victim advocate, Jen Shorn, our DA. Victims need closure. And all these folks that we're going to be doing, that we're going to be working with and getting them off the streets, and hopefully, once if they're found guilty, will be, deported out of the country. The victims need their day in court, and that's extremely important, for the whole process to work. We're not bypassing or shortcutting the U.S. judicial justice system, and that's what a lot of people that just want to make up facts or make up stuff. That's not what's happening here, and I don't know how many times I can say it. I've said it a million times, and people will see from this case. And once he's found guilty, and he will be turned over. ICE knows he's here. We're going to lodge detainers, and he will hopefully never set his foot free on American soil again.
Well done, Fred. It's going to be a lot of fun at Mulligan's. Thank you. Congratulations on the podcast. We'll see you in just about 2 weeks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sheriff Fred Herren. It's been, I don't know, between
Doesn't
Xenos,
surprise me that someone with a tail could buy some.
Yeah, and the earring. Oh God, that's the fashion thing.
I wish we had video. Or
I didn't do the ear thing and all. It's been done to death. Which ear and their whole thing. Whether that was, you might get confused with it. Yeah.
So you never had your ears? Did you ever have any piercings?
No.
Okay.
By the way, I'm a fan,
Just want to make sure.
and Roe bears this out, of the giant earring on women. The earring can't
you are
be
a
big
fan
enough.
or you're not a fan?
I am a huge fan. It goes with the big hair.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. Yeah. Don't get those tiny. Come on,
Kinda
we're
on the
paying for
fence
an
about
earring.
it.
I'll
It's
get the
okay.
big, All right, 855-839-1210. That is the side question, but right now it is time for...
Money Melody.
All right, this is a great prize. We're playing for a pair of tickets to see the one and only Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra Friday, July 11th, Wildwood Public High School. For tickets, visit joeconklin.com. Hosted by Dom Giordano.
Dom, today we're talking about fashions, controversial fashions or bad
Right.
fashions. There was a band a good couple of decades ago now that really wanted to get a fashion going, Dom, and the name of the fashion was called, quote, an energy dome.
Okay.
And this comes from one of the members of the band. They say why or how it was designed, this energy dome. It says it was designed according to ancient ziggurat mound proportions used in votive worship. Like the mounds, it collects energy and recirculates it. In this case, the dome collects the orgone energy that escapes from the crown of a human head and pushes it back into the medulla oblongata for increased mental energy. It's very important that you use a foam insert, or better yet, get a plastic hard hat liner, adjust it to your head size, and affix it with duct tape or super glue to the inside of the dome. That allows the dome to float just above the cranium and do its job. Unfortunately, without the foam insert, the recirculation of energy will not occur. So, Dom, this band from a couple decades ago put out a really big song, and were known for their energy domes. Who is this band here covering, Dom? The Rolling Stones. Take a listen. So bad. This might be one of the worst we played, Dom.
I like the medulla oblongata. That's one of my favorite phrases. Yes, I love that. All right, name that.
Name that cover band, Dom. Yes, we want to know who it was that really tried to get that energy dome going.
All right, it's 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all you have to do is just push pound 1210. You'll meet people like Fred Herren, Linda Kearns, cast of thousands. Got to be there, Mulligan's, June 20th, right there in Wildwood. And Johnny, don't know if he can be a judge of elections. Might be out of bounds. We're going to have a sheriff there. We're going to be watching that ballot box. All that straight ahead. Talk Radio 1210.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Meet Viant AI, the world's first fully autonomous advertising platform. With Viant AI, you can automate media planning, analyze results, and drive smarter decisions, all while saving you time and resources. Viant AI helps you unlock new potential and boost productivity regardless of your expertise. Visit Viant.ai today and see how the future of artificial intelligence in advertising can work for you.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles?
Comment tu t'appelles?
Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babel. Babel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babel subscription at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT.
It's Don Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money. That is right. All right, here's the cover today. Who is this band?
They love their energy domes, Dom, when we're talking fashion.
Can't get no satisfaction. I can't get me no satisfaction. And I try, and I try, and I try. I can't get no.
All right, let's go to Tom on the road. All right, Tom, who are we talking about here?
It's got to be Devo.
It is Devo, Tom. We'll put you on hold. We'll get all your information. Yeah, that's the big Devo, right?
Yeah, yeah.
We'll get you your information, and you're off to see Joe Conklin and the Conklin, I don't know how many, my God, the City Rhythm Orchestra, Friday, July 11th, Wildwood Public High School. For tickets, visit joeconklin.com. Hosted by Dom Giordano. Joe will be on for a bit tomorrow. More importantly, too, he'll be at Mulligan's, 1 o'clock. We already have that laid out. The man of 1,000 voices. Maybe Dan and I might do an impression of two of our own.
I don't know about that.
Who's your best impression,
Have fun with
Dan?
that, Dom. I don't really have any good ones. Droopy the dog. I'm Droopy the dog. I don't know. I'm not good. It's not good. I'm embarrassed.
Mine are
to do
brilliant,
them.
but I
they're
refrain from doing them. Bill Clinton, maybe.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's about. And then Jim Kelly will probably be on the board, so we'll throw him in. But
Right.
Conklin is wonderful, and it just captures. My only criticism, he does a little bit too much Joel Embiid. I know he gets off in doing Joel Embiid more than anybody, but his Trump is very understated, very much on point, I think. I don't know if he does Elon Musk. At that point, I don't know who's going to be doing it. People on Twitter are agreeing with me. Elon who, they're saying.
Oh, wow.
Now, Gary in Newtown differs this. We'll see what he says. He's back with us. All right, Gary, what do you differ with me on Elon Musk?
Well, I apologize for not being able to take the call earlier. As I told Sean, I was passing through my neighborhood, and there was a woman who was on a ramp on a wheelchair, and she was falling backwards on the ramp. So I had to
wait a minute now. I got to check
this
that.
off, Gary. This
Wait
is
a minute,
not,
Sean.
no.
Is that an excuse not to talk to Dom Giordano? I would say borderline here. No, that's a good
You're
excuse.
right. It is borderline, but I had to do it.
Yes, of course.
Oh,
That's not. I don't think, Sean. There's no way that's true,
Calculated
Gary.
risk.
If it is true, Gary, you're an amazing individual. So
Yeah, thank you, Gary, for doing that.
It is 100% true, and I can not let you talk to my wife when we're at Mulligan's. You can ask her.
Okay. All right. We're going to now. We got law enforcement there. We might have 3 chiefs of police and sheriffs. This election is going to be conducted in the proper manner.
No lie detector test.
Oh no! Well, that we are working on the polygraph too.
Now let me ask Gary something.
Yeah,
was this move of calling in with the story, an effort to add some credit to an upcoming Caller of the Year competition, maybe to say how do you vote against a guy who helps a handicapper?
Right. Absolutely not. No. If you saw what I saw, you would have to do the same exact thing. Literally pull off the side of the road and get out of your car.
All right,
my man. What
we
a guy.
got you on that. So
truly good human.
Tell us,
Gary.
how do you differ on Elon Musk?
I will tell you what I told you a year ago. If it wasn't for Elon Musk buying Twitter, we wouldn't know what we know, and we wouldn't have the voting base that we have, and we would have lost everything.
I would take the other side. That's making a great point. Boy, that could be.
It has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with Elon Musk. It has to do with somebody buying Twitter and opening it up.
Even then, though, you don't think Trump would be able to supersede that? You think Twitter has that much of an impact? Like, who is Twitter reaching that would vote for Trump? We got the base. Gary, he went above Twitter even. He went to those bro influencers. That's how he got young men.
No, it's not. It's not necessarily the Twitter accounts. It's the fact that he broke open the media, not our media, the media, and said, "Look at all these people lying about everything. Here are the lies. Here is the exposing the truth about what happened inside of Twitter, what happened inside Facebook. Look, you've got Mark Zuckerberg has turned 180 degrees. Why? Because he's been exposed."
All right, well, consider it. I still think Trump is the one appeal that would go beyond this. But, this is crossing the Rubicon for Elon Musk, saying that Trump would not have won. You can imagine saying that. You've gone over the line now.
And I believe in Elon Musk and Ron Johnson. Ron Johnson, all he's trying to do is get pre-pandemic spending levels. That's all he's asking for. 6 years ago, spending levels. Right.
Well, I would tell you, Gary, I hear you, and I know the purity of your thought on this, and my judgment is people don't care about that much. We hear people screaming about deficits all the time, but when we come right down to it, they really don't care.
It's because they don't understand money.
Okay. Gary, what's your fashion controversy or faux pas?
Spandex was great when it first came out. Any spandex that's greater than a size 8 where I can actually see the mushroom clouds on the inside or the mushroom curds or cheese curdles, they got to go.
Thank you, Gary. That was an impactful phone call, man. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. Hey, I'm looking at, this was ICE in Philadelphia. Dan, we got to get on. Suspected Al-Qaeda member arrested in Philly.
Wow.
All right, I don't know if this is old tape or if this is a new situation we're seeing here on Fox. Maybe it's memory lane with Homan here. I seem to remember when that happened. But apparently they're going to come to 9th Street, so-called Italian market, and that's going to happen in the very near future. All right, so...
I do have a press release here from ERO Philadelphia.
Tell us what you found.
U.S. Immigration Customs Enforcement arrested a Tajikistan-born Russian national who is wanted overseas. ICE enforcement and removal operations in Philadelphia in partnership with the FBI arrested a 39-year-old male born in Tajikistan and a citizen of Russia in the early morning hours of May 23rd in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Quote, arresting individuals linked to terrorist organizations such as Al-Qaeda reaffirms our unwavering commitment to safeguard the homeland. Through close collaboration with our outstanding partners at the FBI, we have taken decisive action to make our communities safer and prevent potential threats to the American people, said Brian McShane, Field Office Director. You've heard him here on 1210 WPHT before. I commend the dedicated men and women of ICE and the FBI for their tireless efforts and steadfast resolve in protecting this great nation. Individual was first encountered in San Isidro pedestrian West Point of entry in California, March 21st, 2023, when he was charged as an inadmissible alien under the Immigration and Nationality Act because he didn't have an immigrant visa. He was served a notice to appear before an immigration judge and paroled into the United States. Earlier this month, Tajikistan officials declared the individual as a fugitive wanted for organization of a criminal community. It is alleged that he is or was a member of Al-Qaeda. After his arrest, the individual was detained in ICE custody where he'll remain pending removal from the United States.
When was that dated?
2 days ago.
Wow, I didn't see anything in the media. Nothing. All right, so here we go again. All right, there you go. That's why we're here. 855-839-1210. Coming up, Philadelphia native John Yoo. We talked about him last week, and he's going to respond about the Federalist guy, Mr. Leo, that President Trump has a bit of a feud with. But also, we have some big Supreme Court decisions, at least 2 of them today, that John will break down for us. Then we'll get a winner here on the side question. Here's how you get in. 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. Hey, first let me talk to you about my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. One of the things that you'll see that's unusual about Dr. Bentz is he doesn't just say, all right, here's what we're going to do, here's the solution. He offers several choices. And the reason for that is he's very much into the diagnostic mode. He believes in it second to none. The investment you'll see in his infrastructure, the imaging devices, these are the cutting edge of cutting edge. And Dr. Bentz knows that every smile is unique. So my decision came down to, is this the time to do a dental implant? 2 teeth, I decided to do it. The process has been going great. It's well underway, and I'll keep you updated on that. But Dr. Bentz is the person that realizes each patient is extremely different. To make that right decision, choices, that's what it's all about. Get that great dental health that we all need. Call the Bentz Dental Group at 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com. Get that initial evaluation right now, 610-272-6949.
A more humid air mass continues to build into the Delaware Valley today. It'll be partly sunny, very warm with a high of around 88. For tonight, muggy, partly cloudy with a low 68 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. And another very warm day on Friday, partly sunny with a high 86.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Connected TV is one of the most effective channels for driving measurable advertising results. That's because when your customer's not scrolling, they're streaming. Let Viant put your ads right where they are, on the best content, across the most premium platforms in the world. We're talking real consumers, big screens, big outcomes. With Viant, you get people-based targeting, AI-powered performance, and full access to inventory built to seize eyeballs, not clickbait. Viant, where premium streaming meets performance. Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Father's Day is coming up soon. My advice? Get him a gift from Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. They have a great selection of Father's Day gifts. My personal favorites are the handcrafted pocket knives from designer William Henry. They also have chains, pendants, and a massive selection of designer watches. Ditch the ties this year. Get him something different. A gift from Family & Company Jewelers. Online at familyjewelers.com.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, big issues, big gas, Supreme Court decision starting to come down. So who do we turn to? Philadelphia native John Yoo. He's the Emanuel Heller Professor of Law at UC Berkeley. Seems to be outnumbered quite a bit, too. On Fox, let's go to John on Talk Radio 1210. Outstanding work there, too, John. Your courtroom on Fox.
Hey, thanks for having me back. And, if you guys got to start a show like that in Philadelphia, I'll be there every time it airs.
Okay. So, John, some of the, my only gripe with the Supreme Court, maybe I'm too rash on this. Some of these cases, I'm sure legally have a lot of importance. There were 2 that I think were kind of major. But what takes so long inside the Supreme Court to realize these district court judges and trying to come up with the parameters on that, these are hamstringing the entire country and the entire process.
I agree with you on that. I think that we've got these federal district judges, and look, there's a lot of them. There's almost 1,000 of them in the country. And so you've got people who oppose President Trump's agenda, and they're picking and choosing to bring their cases before federal judges. That's why it's no surprise a lot of them being brought out here in San Francisco or up in Boston or Maryland, places where the president lost in the Electoral College. And then that single judge, as you say, he or she issues an order blocking one of President Trump's agenda items from being enforced, not just in their district where they happen to sit, or not just their state, but the whole country. So one thing to remember is that the Supreme Court has a case that's pending right now. They already heard oral arguments in May, and I'm sure it's going to come down by the end of this month, that calls on the court to end this practice. The Trump administration went to the Supreme Court and said, we can't actually put into place the agenda we were elected on unless the Supreme Court stops these judges from enjoining the government throughout the whole country. And so actually these decisions today are part of that in this sense. These are, there were several important cases, interesting cases today. The court usually issues its most important decisions at the end of June. So what I think they're doing today is they're getting everything out the door.
Okay.
Because they've got to clear the decks for this really important case we're talking about, ending these nationwide injunctions, which I'm sure they're fighting about inside the court. And I think but I expect it to be out at the end of the month. But they want to get all these other cases out the door first so they can focus on that one.
Another question, is it John Roberts seems to me to be an incrementalist. I would not be. You're the guy, though, that actually does this work, John, at the highest levels. Is it a good idea he seems to want to send a signal on something to the courts, but not definitive, although maybe over his head, gay marriage decision, the Roe v. Wade decision, those were pretty definitive. I would read it. What's the tension there? What's the better way to go?
That's a great question. And, of course, we can only figure out what we'd really do if we ever had such a good job like that. And I hate to tell you, but neither you or I are getting nominated to the Supreme Court anytime soon. But that would be a great court.
Wait a minute, John. I'm a law school dropout. Wait a minute, John. Is Richard Nixon, was it Rich? No, it was a guy from Nebraska that said, what about the mediocre guys? Remember that? We need one of them on the Supreme Court.
Representation on the Supreme Court, too.
That's right. That's right. So,
no, but well, look, I favor the way that, say, Justice Thomas or Justice Alito go about business, which is they don't pay attention to the politics. They don't think about whether this is going to make things unstable or whether it's going to help this party or that party. All they do is they take the question that comes before them, like you said, is gay marriage protected under the Constitution? Should abortion be decided at the national level or at the state level? And just call them as they see them. Also, unfortunately, I agree with you. Chief Justice Roberts doesn't think that way. Because he's the Chief Justice, he also worries about the Supreme Court getting attacked. He doesn't like the Supreme Court being pressured. He doesn't like the Supreme Court being a kind of political football between Republicans and Democrats. I think that causes him to shade decisions so they aren't as sweeping, yes. They aren't as you said, definitive as they should be and could be, because he always wants to keep the court, he's trying to guide it through this, hyper polarized time we live in. But I wouldn't do the job that way. I think they should just call the balls and strikes, which is a phrase that Roberts used at his confirmation hearing. Call the balls and strikes and leave, the political consequences to other people.
Yeah. Now, the case that seemed to me to be pretty clear-cut, if the evidence is what I read it was the woman in Ohio, so-called reverse discrimination. Now the terminology was interesting that the media is using is DEI. Not once but twice, she in her job was first, did not get a promotion, and then she was actually demoted. The evidence seems to indicate she's a straight female. And these were people, I think one was a male, one was a female, one was a lesbian, one was a gay man. I don't know, Dan, what our connection is. I don't hear John there.
I'm
yeah.
back.
Yeah,
I'm back.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah. No. So, this should be an easy case. What's incredible is that there are lower courts who are deciding things differently. By the way, you explained that so well. I think you might get on the court, and I want to tell you a little secret. The Constitution does not require that people on the Supreme Court have graduated from law school or even be lawyers. So there's hope for you.
Absolutely. Well, I'm debating the woman who won Pennsylvania for Trump, Linda Kearns, at a big event we're doing. And I may call upon you before that. It's 2 weeks from now for some advice on my ipso factos with this. I know how to argue, but I think she's going to use
I won't even charge you.
Yeah,
I won't even charge you.
She's going to use legalisms on me here, John. So, John, let me ask you, who have you?
About the case, though.
Yeah, let me ask you just one other thing, if you
would,
would, John.
Oh, go ahead.
Who's the toughest person you ever debated, or you think, man, I would love to debate this person. They're that good. I would be on fire to debate them in a legal sense, or when you were in the Bush administration, post that. Who is it you admire their skill that would be pretty difficult?
Oh, so I think, and the good thing is you can't make me debate them because they're dead. I think that one of the best debaters and speakers I ever saw was Justice Scalia. He was amazing. I don't know if you ever had a chance to see him. I'm sure there's videos of him, but he was a great combination of he was really, deep scholar and understood the Constitution, witty, funny, very charismatic, and was a great debater. I saw him debate and give speeches, and I saw him take questions from audiences. He was amazing. He was really amazing.
Yeah,
I saw one of the greatest speeches he ever gave, which I only read, was he went to the Vatican and gave a speech in front of all these people who worked at the Vatican about why he thought as a judge he still had to approve the death penalty even though it was against his Catholic beliefs. And that was an amazing speech. And then he took questions and he was debating with these people. I mean, that was incredible.
Yeah, you're risking excommunication there. Yeah, that's a tough one. So John, the reversed the DEI case today, the lower courts didn't see it, even though it was pretty clear when it got to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, this is the thing that's unbelievable, is that there were lower courts that were deciding this incorrectly. It seems obvious. Title VII of the 1964 Civil Rights Act says employers can't discriminate against people based, race, gender, and so on. And so here was a woman, she applied for a job. She didn't get it. Instead, they hired a lesbian woman. Then she was demoted from the job she already held, and this is an Ohio government agency, and she was replaced by a gay man. So she sued, and the courts there were saying, if you're part of a group that's a majority, right, she's a white woman, so you're part of a group that's a majority, not a minority, you have to do more to bring your case, which is ridiculous. The law just says you can't discriminate against an individual based on their race or gender. It doesn't say, oh, and if you happen to be white or a woman or whatever, you have to prove special facts in order to get your. So this was an easy one, I think, for the court. But what's ridiculous is how far DEI ideas have taken some lawyers and judges, that in Ohio, the courts are actually requiring people who came from the majority race or the majority gender to have to prove more facts than anybody else to be able to claim discrimination. So I'm so glad the court rejected that unanimously, and they should have.
John, so the big cases before the end of the month, I love how it's like a cliffhanger with these men and women here in talk radio waiting on them, will be the district court. What else would you say is very seminal, is going to be a biggie? Yeah.
So in addition to the nationwide injunction case, the big case, and by the way, that nationwide injunction case was not on anyone's radar because the court gave it emergency treatment because of the Trump administration's request. So before that happened, the big case is this case called Skermeti. And this is whether a state can say, we don't want to allow children to get gender transformative surgery. We don't want them to have puberty blockers. They're not saying you can't do it, but they're saying we want them to wait till they're adults, till they're 18.
Right.
And they say, we believe as the state we have the right to decide what's a safe and unsafe medical practice. I expect that the court will agree with the state, I believe it's Tennessee there, and say the states do have that power. And again, this is almost a DEI issue because the people challenging this, I think, sensible law are saying you're discriminating against people who are transgender. These are children we're talking about here.
John,
and the state's trying to protect children.
even worse for what I do coming from the field of teaching education, they're trying to say the people who do not believe in parental rights, they're trying to argue, what about parental rights here? And we already restrict reasonably. Parent can't get their kid drunk or allow them, a 4-year-old, here's some Chianti. We already have reasonable laws, and I think the science is going to say this is very reasonable.
Well, the science is really shifting, and there's been a lot of criticism of the Biden administration for relying on scientific evidence which has been discredited or has been exaggerated about whether these transgender treatments are really appropriate for people who are that young. So I agree with you. I think that the science, such as, there's still a lot going on, but it doesn't bear out in favor of the people who are trying to stop these laws from. And the state has an obligation to make sure that medical practice is safe and that they shouldn't approve. They have the right to stop treatments which they think are harmful.
Exactly right. John, thank you so much. And again, I think you should be on the Supreme Court. I think it would be interesting to see you with Sotomayor or somebody, Ketanji Brown. Those would be interesting debates.
Or at least I should get on the Philadelphia version of Outnumbered.
That's exactly right, John. Thank you very much. Have a nice weekend, John. Thank you for joining us today.
You too.
Thank you. John Yu here on Talk Radio 1210. Wow. It's the lightning round next. We'll get into that. Oh, man. President Trump, Dan, this is the Rubicon, suggests terminating Musk government contracts. He apparently either put out in an interview or on Truth Social, I was surprised that Biden could have saved billions by taking away his subsidies. Yeah, this is not 4D chess, the Newsmax guy we played you. This is really developing into quite a back and forth. You heard Gary. Would Trump have been elected president, except for Elon Musk? I still say, yeah, he would have been president. Despite Musk taking over Twitter, X, and all that stuff, and the money, that's not what put him over the top. All right, lightning round, 855-839-1210. Hey, attention, future home sellers. You planning to sell your home? The housing market is changing fast. It's not what it used to be. My great friend Diane Cardano from Cardano Realtors is able to help, though. Upcoming event we have, get a glass of wine, hors d'oeuvres, Wednesday, this coming Wednesday, June 11th, the Hilton Garden Inn in Fort Washington. You'll learn how to stay ahead of the shifting real estate market, increase the value of your home at that next home seller seminar. And this could be if you're selling your home a year from now, 2 years from now, 6 months, whatever it is. Come on out. And Diane takes you through how to tackle uncertain markets with rising inventory, fluctuating interest rates, low-cost ways to stage your home and meet modern buyer demands. That is priceless. You'll even get a copy of her new book, Model Home Mindset. As Diane always says, do your research, get prepared when selling your home. The last thing you want to do is wing it. It's free. It's free, and you will get great information and have a great time. I'll be there with Diane. RSVP now. Call 215-576-8666 or 215-576-8666.com. Schedule an appointment to talk with Diane at dianescalendar.com.
Get ready for summertime with Jack Daniels and Coca-Cola ready-to-drink cans. Headed to your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store now to take advantage of $2 off 6-packs of the Jack and Coke Variety Pack, featuring 2 cans each of the original Jack and Coke, Jack and Cherry Coke, and Jack and Vanilla Coke, all perfectly mixed at 7% ABV. Perfect for down the shore or hanging with friends in the backyard. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Special from 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Father's Day is coming up soon. My advice? Get him a gift from Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. They have a great selection of Father's Day gifts. My personal favorites are the handcrafted pocket knives from designer William Henry. They also have chains, pendants, and a massive selection of designer watches. Ditch the ties this year. Get him something different. A gift from Family and Company Jewelers. Online at familyjewelers.com.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense against weather, so don't gamble with it. Hi, I'm Matt with Emmons Roofing and Siding, and at Emmons, we use only the best materials and expert craftsmanship to get your home protected. In fact, as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, we can offer a lifetime warranty directly from Owens Corning on our workmanship. So whether your roof has storm damage, aging shingles, or it's just time for an upgrade, Emmons has you covered. Call us at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That's right. The Zoot Suit Riots anniversary. That's what propelled us toward fashion controversy / Popaz. Joe in Bordentown in the lightning round. Joe, what's yours?
Good afternoon, Dom. Mine would come with some advice for Dan. Not to wear green leather shoes with your suit.
All right.
It's a shot at you, Dom.
I know. I had a stylish pair. It was way back in the, late 60s, I think. Let's go to Robert in Ben Salem. Robert, afternoon.
Hey, Dom, Dan, it's good to talk to you guys. It's a lightning round, so I hope we continue this conversation you started with Gary. But I wanted to congratulate Dan on being a dad. I'm very happy for
Robert.
you. And you're going to, man, this is going to be the most fulfilling thing you ever do, Dan. So enjoy the ride, brother.
Thank you, brother.
No problem. I'll get right to the side answer. And this is one step below people who are not sailors that wear captain's hats every time they get on a boat.
Well, wait a minute. Maybe having a yacht club, I may have to wear it there.
No, well, I'm flying to Florida next week. Maybe I'll wear a fighter pilot helmet.
That's right.
But I'm going to go with the older guys who wear their baseball caps backwards.
Oh, boy.
I think it looks ridiculous, and the only time it ever played was when I was watching Married with Children, and Al discovered rap videos, and he started wearing his hat on backwards, and even he looked ridiculous, but it was funny. But that's what I'll go with, the hat on backwards. If you're not a catcher or a sniper, stop it already. Have a great day, Dom.
Oh, these calls today have been
As I
great.
sit here with my hat on backwards.
Yeah, that's right. Well, you're not older. You're still a millennial. So
Ouch,
Dan,
she was very kind at first.
right, he was. Dan, what do you say?
I'm going to not say that one. That's for sure.
Yeah.
How about Dom? I take, there was a couple of them. Pants on the ground was a good one. Where did I put that? Oh, here we go. Cargo shorts from Zeno's. Spandex pants above size 8 from Gary. Earl's Man Thong, Joe Columbus, sagging pants. Where are you going?
The Xenos call.
Yeah.
About the, and the jackass putting a saddle.
Yeah, saddle on a jackass.
I hope he comes to Mulligan's. It'll
Xenos
be
goes
great
into the
stuff.
hat. Congratulations.
All right, so Dan, congratulations to Dan and
Hey,
Maisie.
thank you, sir.
And big event tomorrow. Dan, you'll be over there with Dawn.
Yeah, come get some
and,
dogs.
Piazza, doggies. And Sean will be here with me and Andrew, I think, tomorrow. So it'll be great side question, great show. Rich Cioli warming up next on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Level up the fun this summer in a new Civic Hybrid sedan or hatchback from my friends at Piazza Honda. You know, the Civic Hybrid has received the honor of being named the 2025 North American Car of the Year with an impressive 50 city, 47 highway MPG rating. The sporty Civic sedan now comes with the efficiency and excitement of hybrid performance. Just visit them, Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield, or you can always browse over 200 hybrid vehicles online. PiazzaHonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.